Chapter 1. A Strong Leader, the Real Hokage. The Council Room. The council room felt tense as everyone was facing a hard time ahead. Orochimaru's assault on Konoha did more damage than it should have. The death of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage, being among that damage. We plan on continuing with other countries to counter the threat posed by Orochimaru. He will not get away with this injustice, Hamura mentioned, making clear his intentions on the matter at hand. The one from the financing department in the Land of Fire stood as he addressed the matter. After what's happened to the village, the Land of Fire will do anything it can into getting Konoha rebuilt. But first we need to set up a considerable amount of budget and then take into account the strain on the other countries as well. Danzo in particular raised his head and showed his uncovered eye, gleaming in the sunlight. The other ninja of the room didn't sit well with that, especially the two remaining from the old days, Hamura and Koharu. They knew what he would do, and that made them nervous. There are other important issues to be discussed, such as who will be the next Hokage. Hiruzen was killed by Orochimaru, and thus we need another Hokage, Danzo said in a somewhat faked sad tone, but the two elders could hear the sincerity of it underneath. The man had lost his greatest rival and oldest friend, and they were sure he had grieved before coming there as they did. All of the people in the room remained silent. The fire daimyo merely sat back in thought and crossed his arms. My lord, we can't decide on a plan for the village when we have no leader. Besides, the destruction of Konoha was partially due to sand, Koharu said as she spoke to the fire daimyo. The fire daimyo sighed as he pretended to fan himself. I'd normally choose Jiraiya. I like him, but he'd never do it, the fire daimyo said in thought as he looked at the battle records once more. It was then a name caught his eye, and he began reading the records with closer and more critical eyes. Seeing Danzo was about to speak, Shikaku intervened, clearly seeing the schemes of the old war hawk. I nominate Kakashi Hatake, Shikaku said quickly as Danzo gave him a stone-like look that was his equivalent to a glare. The others seemed impressed with the nomination as murmurs and whispers went around the council chambers talking about the situation. He's well known, strong and respected. Minato was even younger. A councilman then turned to Shikaku. Who was his teacher? The Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Shikaku replied in a calm voice as he laid his head on the table. Hook, line, and sinker. They all seemed impressed again. Kakashi, who was taught by the Yondaime, who was taught by Jiraiya, and he was taught by the Sandaime. It would be a fine selection for the seat of Hokage, one of the councilmen exclaimed. The Sandaime's teachings have as good as destroyed the village. Orochimaru was once Sarutobi's pupil, Danzo said heatedly as they all turned to him. Everyone turned to Danzo, who seemed to have opposed the idea, but before he could make headway, it was then that he was cut off. The Sandaime was never wrong in his teachings. Hamura bit back at Danzo as they glared at one another. The Umbu commander looked at Danzo, still fully dressed from mask to shoes. You were responsible for this, Danzo, and I would be damned if you were to become Hokage. You were the one that let Orochimaru roam free in Konoha. You and your root were the ones that didn't stop him. You are in part to blame on Orochimaru's action, the Umbu commander said as he settled back in his chair. Unlike the previous commandeer, who had been killed in the invasion, he wasn't afraid of the old war hawk. Everyone seemed quiet at that bit of information, and Danzo shifted slightly as all eyes were on him. Shikaku seemed to grin as he held his head down. Haji had a point. That's true. Your root Umbu should have stopped them. You should have intervened in Orochimaru's actions, which concerned internal affairs of the Land of Fire. Do you have any explanation on this, Danzo? Shikaku asked with a hidden smirk as Danzo sat stone still. No, I had believed in the strength of our Umbu forces and Jonin to deal with Orochimaru, as I didn't want him to know of my root still being around, Danzo said convincingly, but all the clan heads, senior ninja, and elders knew that was a lie. The fire daimyo merely raised an eyebrow at this, but he never took his eyes from the records and reports he was reading. Well now, those are pretty strong allegations, and it seems we can't turn Danzo into Hokage, for it will cause such a public outrage if word of your involvement, or uninvolvement as it were, gets out, the daimyo said as Danzo fumed and glared heatedly at Shikaku. Danzo then sat back and started scheming. To this, Shikaku smiled, as he leaned back and let the progress of a new Hokage take place. Hamura and Koharu looked at each other and smiled with inward sighs of relief. The daimyo then set aside the records and reports he had been reading as he was done with them. He leaned forward, placed his elbows on the table, and laced his hands together as a smirk appeared on his face. I think I may have an idea of who is to become the next Hokage. It'll be Dash. The daimyo started, and everyone's eyes grew wide at the person he had chosen. In the middle of the Leaf Village. Achoo! Naruto sneezed as he was walking down the road. He looked around and shrugged his shoulders as he made his way to the training field for more training. Someone must be talking about me, Naruto said as he began to run down the street in his excitement for training. In that very moment, the wheels of fate began turning again, its gears shifting to start an event that will be remembered for all of the people of Konoha. Chapter 2. I'm the Hokage? Oh baby, I'm telling ya, you gotta love the Leaf Village. The girls here are off the charts, Jiraiya said happily as he was using his telescope to peek at women. It was then he sensed two people behind him. Still playing the buffoon, I see, Hamura said as he and Koharu had finally found Jiraiya. Jiraiya chuckled nervously as he began to put his telescope away and turned to them. Just doing a little research. So, old man Hamura and Koharu-sensei, what could you two scholarly advisors want with me? Jiraiya asked in all seriousness. Don't waste our time. You should know perfectly well what this is all about, Hamura stated. Come on, why the long faces, guys? From what I heard, talks with the Sand Village went off without a hitch, Jiraiya said with a shrug. The Sand Village stated publicly that Orochimaru was the cause for all of this, and has offered their complete surrender to us, but that is not what this is about, Hamura said. They then told him of the things they were doing to control the situation, but then came the part Jiraiya didn't want to hear. But first, we need a strong and trustworthy leader, Koharu said as Jiraiya sighed. Look guys, I don't know why you're going through the trouble of explaining all this to me. Now if you don't mind, I've got dashed, Jiraiya said as he pulled his telescope back out, but was cut off by Hamura. I think you'll be interested in what we're about to say, especially since it concerns you, Hamura said quickly and in a stern tone. This village needs the Godame Hokage immediately, Hamura started as Koharu finished for him. And yesterday, at an emergency meeting, with the Lord of the Land of Fire and Shinobi Council present, it was decided. We chose Dash, Koharu was saying, but Jiraiya cut her off. Oh, I don't know. It's not up my alley to become Hokage, you know? Got spy networks and agents to run, so can't do it, Jiraiya said as quickly as he could. He never wanted to become Hokage, it was just not his thing, you know? Don't worry, we don't want you, Hamura said as Jiraiya fell over. Okay, then who, and why come to me? Jiraiya said as he tried to think of the poor sap they wanted to be Hokage. We came to you because you are close to the one the Fire Lord has chosen, and from the things we've heard, this person would like to hear this from a friendly voice rather than an umbu summoning them to the council chambers, Koharu said as Jiraiya stroked a thinking pose. Okay, who's the poor sap? I mean, lucky and honorable bastard. I mean guy, Jiraiya said as the two elders' sweat dropped at him. It is Naruto Uzumaki. Namikaze, Hamura said as Jiraiya's eyes grew wide. His face then became stone serious at the mention of Naruto's true last name, while Hamura and Koharu were shocked Jiraiya could look that serious. Naruto, why Naruto? Jiraiya asked more seriously than he ever had in his life. He'd kill for that boy. True, during Naruto's early life, he wasn't around. But when he came back, he promised himself to be damn well sure to make up for it. He was just glad Naruto had turned out far better than what he would or could have been had he been around. If Jiraiya was around with the things he heard civilians say back then, well, Konoha would have been a toad's footprint in the dust. The Fire Lord believes the boy to be the perfect choice as Hokage, and we agree. Young Naruto has the same personality as the Shodai and Nidaime Hokages. He also has the same upbringing of Hashirama-sensei did when he was small. Our fathers used to tell us stories of that time, and we believe Naruto to be perfect for the Hokage title, Koharu said with a smile as Jiraiya watched her and Hamura closely. If they had any evil plans for Naruto, then he'd deal with them himself. Also, Naruto is almost exactly like Hiruzen was at that age. He, like Hiruzen, is also a fervent believer in the will of fire, which all Hokages were, in this respect. Naruto also has an unstoppable determination and drive which strongly impacts the lives around him. Even his enemies had been affected by his empathy, as even that Sanjinin, Temari is said to refer to the boy's amazing charisma as a unique power that allows him to change the worldly views of others. Hamura stated with a smile on his face as Jiraiya's face showed nothing but pure shock. Jiraiya was absolutely and utterly floored. He had never really seen the two elders smile just from talking about a person's ANBU file information before, especially one younger than them. Hell, they used to frown or be stone-faced permanently when they talked to or even spoke of Minato. Damn, Naruto really could change people for the better. Even though many of the people we've spoken to so far have called Naruto hyperactive, impatient, impulsive, and inattentive, we have also heard that, however, when the situation calls for it or when someone is in trouble, Naruto can be very serious, intelligent, and will instantly try to come to their aid. Those are great qualities of a Hokage. He may be young and inexperienced, but we have a plan to remedy that, Koharu said as Jiraiya sighed and nodded, knowing he would be part of the remedy. Fine, I'll help, but on one condition, Jiraiya said as they began to talk more on the subject at hand. With Naruto, a few hours later. Naruto was stripping himself bare, trying to find his ramen ticket as Teuchi sighed. Come on, Naruto, you can have this one on the house, but next time don't forget your ticket or money. Teuchi said as Naruto gave him the biggest smile he could. He gave Naruto a fresh, steaming hot bowl of miso ramen. Thanks, old man Teuchi, you're the greatest, Naruto exclaimed happily. Don't worry about it. Just be sure when you're Hokage, you make ramen the official dish of Konoha, Teuchi said with a chuckle as Naruto chuckled as well. Sure thing. Everyone should know the greatness that is ramen, Naruto exclaimed as he began eating. After about 5 minutes, he was about done when Jiraiya came in and sat next to Naruto. Pervy Sage, I didn't know you liked ramen, Naruto said as he finished. Jiraiya chuckled and ruffled Naruto's hair with a smile. I do, but not as much as you. In fact, I'll buy you another bowl to celebrate, Jiraiya said happily and with a laugh as Naruto was confused, but happy with more ramen. Jiraiya paid Teuchi for Naruto's last bowl and another for both of them. Celebrate what, pervy sage? Naruto asked, but Jiraiya only chuckled and ruffled his hair again. That's a surprise for later, my young apprentice, Jiraiya said as Naruto shrugged and began to eat the ramen Teuchi had placed in front of him. You're just like Kushina and Minato. When ramen is around, you don't care about anything else, Jiraiya thought as he watched Naruto eat and then began his own bowl. Later. Come on, you old pervert hermit, what's going on? Naruto yelled as Jiraiya had brought him to the Hokage tower. Jiraiya merely laughed some more as he walked in front of Naruto. As a wise sage once said, all things are revealed in time, Jiraiya said as he could barely contain his excitement. Now it was 2 of his students who had become Hokage. Take that Tsunade, and she said he'd never be a great teacher when he was training Minato, but her mouth was shut tight as his Hokage ceremony. Huh. All right, Naruto. We're here, the place where your destiny is changed for the better, Jiraiya said as he gestured to the council chamber's door. The Umbu guards bowed to them as he and Naruto walked past them. Naruto was still as confused as ever, but he could tell this was going to be something. Naruto and Jiraiya walked into the council room, only to see all the sensei, the clan heads, and all other important figures of the village, including the fire daimyo. Naruto looked around, trying to remember everyone he had pissed off and half the people he didn't even piss off from this month. He saw Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai sensei. He knew Kakashi sensei was out on a mission today. He saw Hayashi, Choza, Some, Inoichi, and Shikaku, clan heads. He saw Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo, Konoha elders. He saw the Umbu commander along with Ibiki and Anko. He continued to look around and saw that no one of his age group was there, which made him quickly assume that it was something very important for all these people. each of who was important to the village, to be here. What's going on here? Naruto asked with a serious face. He knew he couldn't be anything but serious around these kinds of people. You were right. He can get serious in a heartbeat. Choza commented to Hamura as the older man nodded with a small smile on his face. Naruto Uzumaki, student of both Jiraiya of the Sannin and Kakashi Hatake, the one responsible for truly defeating the one-tailed Shikaku and foiling Orochimaru's plot. I, Lord of the Land of Fire, appoint you as the Godame Hokage. The daimyo said as Naruto's eyes grew wide with each word. Why me? Was the only thing Naruto could seem to ask as the daimyo chuckled. You have proven that you are strong and dependable. You've shown that will of fire Sarutobi used to talk about. The people in this room have not one bad thing to say about you. You have the charisma and strength needed to lead. I think you're perfect for the job. The fire daimyo said as everyone around, except for Danzo, clapped afterward. I still don't see why me. Why not Kakashi-sensei, or Jiraiya-sensei, or even Shikamaru? Naruto said as the daimyo walked up to him and ruffled his hair. He didn't understand why he was arguing, but he knew that being Hokage was something that needed the right leader, so that couldn't be him yet. Each of the people you've named was considered, but in the end you were the best choice. Also, you're young, so there are many things you can learn still. You want to learn, unlike what I've read on that Shikamaru. The daimyo said with a broad smile and much confidence. But I'm still a genin. There's no way Naruto started but was cut off by Hayashi. The appointment of a Kage needs not to be ranked, Naruto-san. Chunin, like Sarutobi-sama, have become Hokage, so why not a genin for that matter? It is all about discernment, Naruto-san. Hayashi said as he gazed at Naruto with a small smile. Naruto had helped him regain his nephew and make his family closer than it had ever been. So if Naruto needed anything of his clan, they'd do it without hesitation. The others of the room looked at Hayashi in shock, mainly because the man never gave anyone words of encouragement, even if his words were very discreet and hidden. With that being said, the fire daimyo smiled and looked toward Naruto, who remained silent with his head to the floor in thought. Will you accept the position, Naruto Uzumaki, or should we call you Hokage-sama? The fire daimyo asked with a brighter smile. Naruto stood still contemplating the offer. He thought he couldn't be Hokage now. He knew for a fact there were plenty of ninja who were stronger than him right now, but he was to become Hokage, the strongest of Konoha, the ideal figure of a shinobi. But if this is what needed to protect the people, then so be it. He would protect those precious to him, just as Haku wanted him. I accept, Naruto said, with his head raised and fire burning in his eyes. Some of them were taken back by the overwhelming conviction in his eyes that promised his 110% on the job. They all smiled. Even Danzo almost cracked a smile as they saw him and his determination. They saw the will of fire in his eyes. All right then, but there are a few things you should know if you are to be Hokage, the fire daimyo said as he motioned for Jiraiya to step forward. Naruto was confused as Jiraiya got on a knee to be eye level with him. He had a saddened expression on his face, and Naruto had a bad feeling about it. Naruto, there have been many times in your life where people have deceived you, lied to you. I was one of those people, we all were, but on this day and all days forth, there will be no more lies and deceit. We'll give you the truth, no matter how hard it is for you to handle, that I promise you. And we'll start right now. Naruto, I'm your godfather. Jiraiya said as Naruto was confused and shocked at first, but more shocked than confused. I know this is all to handle, but it isn't over yet, so stay strong until the end, and you'll be a greater man and person than any of us in this room, okay? Jiraiya said calmly to Naruto as he nodded his head. I know you've asked Sarutobi-sensei who your parents were, and he told you he didn't know, but he did. The reason he didn't tell you was because of the very thing you hold, the Kyuubi. He feared that you'd grow to hate others because of it and end up like that kid Gaara. He also feared you'd hate him, and he just couldn't bear that. So he decided we'd be able to tell you when you were a jonin or 18 years old. Well, we break that poor decision today, Jiraiya said as Hayashi stepped up. Jiraiya-sama, if it is not too much to ask, I'd like to be the one to tell Naruto about his mother and father. Hayashi said as Jiraiya nodded and moved over for Hayashi to kneel down to be leveled with Naruto. Naruto promised himself to remain quiet until everything was said. He owed that much to his grandfather figure. Even though the old man had lied to him each day, he was still the closest thing to family Naruto had back then. Naruto, I know we may not know each other well, but I knew your father and mother very well. I won't kneel here and tell you of what great people they were, because that could take all night and day, so I get straight to the point. Your father and mother were Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage. Your true name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Hayashi said as Naruto cried silent tears. He now knew his family didn't abandon him. But that led a question in his mind, to which Jiraiya predicted. Naruto, the reason your father sealed the QB inside of you is because he could never ask another to give their child if he could not give his. He sealed the QB into believing you were the only one to be able to carry such a burden and not hate those around you. And I know he was right. Jiraiya said as Naruto sobbed silently at hearing his father's conviction and confidence in him. Your mother was a great woman herself. In fact, I believe your personality is almost exactly like your mother's, aside from the confidence, potential, and determination you get from your father. She was a beautiful woman as well. Although, she had a quick temper, loved ramen more than her husband's life, and was a loud motor mouth. Hayashi said with a chuckle as he remembered the old days. I was on a Genin team with your father and Tucci the ramen chef. We were trained by Jiraiya-sama as Genin, and then your father continued training under Jiraiya-sama. Your mother was trained by Tsunade-sama, another of the 3 legendary Sannin, along with my wife, Haim Hyuga, and Sasuke Uchiha's mother, Mikoto Uchiha. Hayashi said as Naruto looked a bit shocked that old man Tucci had been trained alongside his dad. Was Tucci as powerful as Hayashi or his dad then? Naruto, you should also know that you're from 2 clans, the Namikaze and Uzumaki, both of which you are the last of. So, you'll need to have a harem to revive them. We know it may be difficult. Hayashi started nervously, faked nervousness, but was cut off by Jiraiya, who snorted in disbelief. Jiraiya then wrapped an arm around Naruto's shoulder as if he was some kind of car salesman. The women of the room growled at him as, Naruto, my dear boy, you have a golden opportunity. You get to have multiple women who'll all marry you. Multiple women, Naruto. You need at least 4, but the sky's the limit on how many you can have. I'd kill to be in your shoes. But remember Naruto, only chose for love and nothing else. Oh, and not that girl Sakura. She's just all wrong for you. A great sister or friend, but wrong for a wife. Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded his head. He loved Sakura, but not like that anymore. Maybe he could give Hinata a try. She was always nice to him. Also, the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans had bloodlines, but you'll need your clan scrolls for that. Other than that, I believe we've covered everything. So Naruto, do you have anything to say? The daimyo asked as Naruto dried his tears with his sleeves. When his eyes were dried, the others gasped as the burning fire in them was brighter than ever. They all smiled at him as he smirked back. Just one, let's get started. Chapter 3, A Heart to Hawk. When Naruto headbutts with Danzo to show the old war hawk that he won't be pushed around. Naruto also has a nice chat with Hayashi. Guess who's in the village for Naruto? The next day, Naruto was in the Hokage office, his office, with shadow clones running about doing all the work that had piled up while Hamura and Koharu were instructing them on what to do. The real Naruto was reading through B rank and higher mission reports and placing them in 2 piles, success and failure. He was glad to see that only 3 of the 200 reports he had read were in the failure pile. It was then his secretary walked into the fray of clones and papers. Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama is here to see you. Should I send him in? She asked as she looked around. All the clones started organizing the papers better and put them away in a matter of seconds when Naruto nodded. The secretary left the room as Hamura and Koharu turned and walked toward Naruto. I don't know why you accepted to meet with him, Hokage-sama. He'll only try to play for power, Koharu said as she stood in front Naruto's Hokage desk while Hamura nodded beside her. I thought that as well, but there was a man like Danzo once. His name was Zabuza, and he believed everyone was a tool to achieve his goals, but in the end he learned they weren't. I think Danzo and him are a lot alike, so I think I know how to deal with him. Naruto said as Danzo came walking in like he owned the place. The clones worked in silence as he entered the room, having shadow clones do the work, while the real you has meetings. Impressive young Naruto, given the shadow clone's ability to send information back to the original. Danzo commented as he watched Naruto like a hawk. Naruto was shocked by the bit of info, but hid it under a yawn. He'd have to remember that for later. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of work since early morning, but we've just about finished. Anyways, what did you wish to see me about, Danzo? Naruto said as he leaned forward in his chair. How do you plan to rebuild the village as it now falls to you, Naruto? Danzo said with a smirk on his face as he watched Naruto. He refused to call this boy Hokage-sama. The other two elders caught the lack of respect, but Naruto waved it off. I've sent out a message to Wave, and they have said they're not only sending aid and people to help us rebuild, but also an alliance treaty at seeing my signature as the new Hokage. Naruto said coolly as Danzo almost blinked at that. We have not even announced your ascension to the village or the civilian council yet. Also, what will you do about Orochimaru? Danzo said as Naruto was visible in thought over that. The two elders merely stood there, watching things unfold, as Danzo tested Naruto's ability to lead. There's not much we can do. I mean, Orochimaru is one of the Sannin, so nothing short of a Sannin can stop just him. And as the only Sannin we have is Jiraiya-sensei, then we can't do anything but wait until the perfect time to strike. Naruto said as they all thought of that. It was true that Orochimaru could only be stopped by people of his equal, and they weren't about to send Jiraiya alone, so there really was nothing they could do. Also, we'll need to send more of our ninja out to show the other lands that Konoha is still stronger than them. So I'll be taking control of your root ninja. Naruto said calmly as the others looked shocked, especially Danzo. How did you know about my root Umbu? Danzo asked as Hamura and Koharu wanted to know as well. Naruto rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment as all eyes were on him, like a kid caught doing things they weren't supposed to. Well, you see, I noticed that on the registry we have 500 ninja who were counted alive in the village as of this morning, but we have a total populace count of 1,100 as of today. So, I looked over the civilian registry count, and we only had 300 people classified as civilians. I then read through the hidden registry and found that you have a root program of ninja who make a total count of 300, which makes up for the imbalance in the numbers. Also, your program is listed under the Hokage's signature, so I can take command of your operatives at any moment I chose. Naruto said, slightly embarrassed that he was put on the spot, but the others were wide-eyed. Naruto, the 13-year-old Hokage, had caught and cornered Danzo, the 68-year-old war hawk, where not even Sarutobi or anyone else had. Danzo did the only thing he could after hearing that. I'll have them ready for your command as soon as this meeting is over, Danzo said as he was still stunned. His respect for Naruto had grown in just that small reveal of simple intelligence that everyone else had overlooked. Thank you, Danzo. Now is there anything else you need? Naruto said as he leaned back in his chair. Danzo shook his head to get out of his daze as he gazed at Naruto with a far more watchful eye. Yes, I am still concerned about your ideology with regards to our village and the ninja world in particular, Danzo said as he and the other elders watched Naruto. To them it was like watching a heated battle, cat and mouse, and for once in their long ninja lives, they couldn't tell which was the cat and which was the mouse. I see. You want to see if I can make the tough decisions when it comes to the village and others as well. Well, have no fear, because even I know when some threats need to be put down. I'll do what is needed of me, because I accepted this title to protect this village, and I'll do that even if it causes my heart 100 pains. Naruto said with conviction as Danzo nodded, his respect growing just a bit more. Hamura looked to Koharu as they grew worried that Naruto would be as they feared Danzo would have been. Danzo turned and walked to the door and was about to leave when Naruto spoke. Oh, and Danzo, that's Hokage-sama to you, because you should know that I lead this village now, and those who can't show the proper respect or who stand in the way of peace and justice can be dealt with as well, right? Naruto said as a chill went through Danzo's spine at the ice in Naruto voice as he said the last part. Danzo didn't turn back, but nodded all the same. Of course, Hokage-sama, Danzo said as he walked out and closed the door gently. He now knew that Naruto really was the perfect choice as Hokage. That meant since Naruto was only 13, that he still had plenty of room to grow. Danzo shrugged as he was alone in the hallway. Since I can't become Hokage now, maybe I'll stand for assisting the new Hokage. But how? Danzo mused as he walked from the building. Maybe he'd be more than what people thought of him. Maybe he'd be greater. With Naruto. Naruto sighed loudly as the door to his office closed, and he sunk into his chair. His once calm and stone-like face gave a huge grin as he looked at his two advisors. So, what did you think of tough guy Naruto? He said as they looked shocked. That was all just an act? Koharu asked as Hamura chuckled a bit along with Naruto. Yeah, I saw Gramps do it to some ninja who were arguing over a mission report. He said that sometimes you gotta be tough and show people you're not too kind. Then he said to never let it take away from the kind spirits we all have. Naruto explained as Koharu gaped like a fish. I thought I recognized Hiruzen's kind king, evil ruler mask act. Hokage-sama, you're a natural. Hamura said with a smile as he regained his composure. He was old, and Naruto was just what the old needed reminders of, the good times they had in their youth. Koharu had to chuckle a bit as she finally remembered having been with Hiruzen when he came up with that. It was nice to be reminded of the good times they had with Hiruzen, with his death still fresh in everyone's mind. Naruto was so much like he was back then. Yeah, well, he was a great Hokage. I'll miss him, but I'll keep his memory alive by wearing that hat and those robes over there when I'm announced. Naruto said as he pointed to his Hokage hat and robes on the coat hanger by the door. Some of the clones started dispelling and Naruto's mind ran a mile a minute. Whoa, Naruto said in childlike wonder at the flood of memories from his clones. Why don't we get out of the office for a bit? I'm starting to see why Hiruzen tried to find every reason he could out of here. Hamura said as he looked around the office when they had nodded. They had been working since 5 a.m., and now it was almost noon. If it wasn't for the clones, that paperwork could have taken weeks, if not months. All right, I still need to be back here to talk to Pervy Sage at 1 p.m. though. Send an Umbu to get me if I'm not back by then. Naruto said as the last of the clones dispelled. He rubbed his head and ran out of the office as the two scholarly advisors chuckled softly at seeing him do so. He's full of life, isn't he? Hamura said with a small smile as Koharu nodded with a small smile of her own. That he is Hamura-kun, that he is, she replied as they took their leave of the office as well. At Team 7's meeting spot. Where's Naruto Baka? He's late. Sakura screeched as Sasuke covered his ears. I don't know. Just like I didn't know 5 minutes ago. Sasuke yelled back at her as she gave an embarrassed look and a mumbled apology. Sasuke merely grunted and returned to brooding, but then he saw someone. There's your dope, Sasuke said as he pointed to the running Naruto coming their way. Naruto stopped skidding across the bridge and came to a stop. Naruto Baka, where have you been? Sakura yelled as she was about to hit him across the head, but Asuma had her hand in his grip as he and Kakashi flashed onto the scene. He gave her a stern look that she had never seen on him before. I don't think that's such a good idea, Sakura, Kakashi said with an eye smile as Asuma released her from his grip and she rubbed her wrist. He had a real tight grip on it, almost as if he was about to snap it. Naruto, shouldn't you be helping out the village? Like a Hokage would? Asuma asked in a sort of code as Naruto shook his head. I've got an hour before I have to meet the Pervy Sage, and then I can go back to helping. Naruto replied as he understood what Asuma was asking. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as he tried to understand what they were talking about, but he couldn't. Naruto Baka, we've got missions to do. The Shinobi Council has taken over until a new Hokage is appointed. You can talk to that old creep later, you idiot. Now come on, let's go. Sakura said as she moved to grab Naruto, but Asuma grabbed her wrist again and applied pressure. Like Kakashi said, Sakura, that's not such a good idea. Naruto, instead of meeting here with them, why don't you go help out around the village? The council has done such a good job of organizing today's missions that there's actually a shortage of them today. Asuma said as he and Naruto knew that it was really Naruto and his clones who had organized the missions for the day. Naruto nodded and ran back out into the village as Asuma had let Sakura's wrist go and blurred away. Kakashi sighed as he told Sakura and Sasuke that they could go today, but told Sasuke to meet him later while he disappeared like always. Sasuke watched as Naruto and Kakashi left. His eyes narrowed as he watched Sakura rubbing her wrist. Those two were up to something, but what? With Naruto. He had been around the village and spoken to all the jonin around, with each of them giving nothing but good reports. He was then walking down the street when he saw the person he had wanted to talk to all day. "Hey, Hinata," Naruto said as he ran to her. She saw him and her mind ran at high speed as to comprehend what Naruto could possibly want with her. "Hello, Naruto-kun," Hinata said as she blushed when he was standing in front of her. "Hinata, I know we don't know each other well, but I'd like it if you'd go out with me on a D-date. I mean, you've always been nice to me, and you're always concerned about me, so I think we should get to know each other," Naruto said nervously as Hinata turned bright red and nodded before fainting on the spot. Naruto sighed as he looked around to be sure no one was watching him. He caught Sasuke watching from behind a corner, so he picked Hinata up and carried her bridal style to her clan compound. The guard stopped him at the gate and summoned Hayashi. When Hayashi saw who was at the gate, he grew wide-eyed as he rushed to it. "Let him in, you fools. It is Naruto Uzumaki, the one who helped our clan grow closer. I apologize as Uzumaki-san, as they did not know who you were, or your newest statue," Hayashi said as he arrived at the gate. Naruto only smiled and waved it off as they bowed to him. Hayashi and Naruto caught Sasuke watching them, so they walked into the Hyuga compound so the boy couldn't follow. "No need for apologizes or formalities, Hayashi-sama. I'm still just Naruto," Naruto said as they walked into the compound. "Pleasant and humble. Those are good qualities in a leader, Naruto-sama," Hayashi said as Naruto sighed. "What did I just say?" Naruto asked tiredly as Hayashi chuckled and patted him roughly on the back. "In the immortal words of both your father and your mother, especially her, everything people tell me to do goes in one ear and out the other," Hayashi said with mirth as Naruto chuckled a bit. "That sounds like something I'd say," Naruto said as Hayashi nodded with the amused smile on his face. They finally reached Hinata's room and Naruto laid her down on her bed. He and Hayashi then went to the tea room and Hayashi closed the door as seals glowed slightly before fading away. He turned back to Naruto, who had a curious look on his face. "Sound and identity seals. Only Hinata or Hanabi could get in now," Hayashi replied to the unasked question on Naruto's face. Naruto nodded as he and Hayashi sat down. "So how goes the recovery?" Hayashi asked as he poured tea for Naruto and himself. Naruto took a sip of his tea before replying with a smile. "It goes well. The main areas that Orochimaru hit will be cleared of debris by tomorrow. It seems that Wave got their aid here on the double and had arrived this morning from the message I sent after our meeting yesterday. They sent an old friend from my first C-rank mission as the head carpenter. His name is Tazuna. Have you heard of him?" Naruto said as Hayashi nodded with a smirk. "Yes, I have, and I've heard of the Great Naruto Bridge as well," Hayashi says as Naruto coughed a bit from hearing that last part. "He named the bridge after me?" Naruto said with a raised eyebrow as Hayashi nodded. He had no clue that the people would name the bridge after him. That was just wow. "Everyone knows of you as the savior of Wave. Well, at least all those who care of news from outside Konoha," Hayashi said as Naruto gave him a look. "You mean the clan heads, elite Chunin and higher, but not the civilians or the civilian council?" Naruto asked as Hayashi nodded. "Yes. I fear the civilians and those on the civilian side of the council have gotten too comfy in their leisure to remember they are not above the rest of the world," Hayashi said as Naruto looked deep in thought. "Is that why they weren't at the meeting to appoint me yesterday?" Naruto asked as Hayashi twitched a bit, but nodded all the same. "Yes, we all know they would have outright opposed you as Hokage, but also because in times such as these only the Shinobi Council, the village elders, and we clan heads hold power of the village. You as Hokage lead us all. But remember, Naruto, no matter what anyone else says, this village is a dictatorship, not a democracy. You rule the people, all of us, even me, so know that no one is above you. And if they cannot see reason, then they can just as easily be banished, if not worse," Hayashi said as Naruto looked visible in thought. "Thanks, Hayashi-sama. I'll be sure to remember that," Naruto said as he was still in thought. Hayashi chuckled and gave Naruto a nudge. "Don't be so formal with me. I'm sure the way Hinata stalks you, you'll be calling me father-in-law in no time. Hayashi said casually with a smirk as Naruto spit out his tea and turned to Hayashi with a shocked face. She stalks me. Naruto yelled in disbelief as Hayashi chuckled. Like your mother stalked Minato for those 5 months after he saved her, but that's another story for another day. If you ever want to hear any, I'm always free. Hayashi said a bit too happily and nicely. Naruto blinked as he looked at the bright smile Hayashi had on his face. Paperwork? Naruto asked as Hayashi's face deflated, and he nodded quickly with a slight chuckle. I see you've faced a Kage and clan head's worst enemy today, but you look far better than Minato did on his first day. Hayashi noted as Naruto sat in a more relaxed manner. Yup, and I've defeated it. It was pretty tough, but I managed to get through about all of this month and next month's forms and request. Naruto said with pride as Hayashi grabbed him by his collar and shook him like a rag doll. How did you do it? How damn it, how? Hayashi asked, in hysterically serious anger that was completely unbecoming of a clan head, as he continued to shake the poor boy's shadow sea clones. Naruto said as Hayashi cursed under his breath and made a clone to handle his paperwork. Well, now I really am free all day. Thank you, Hokage-sama. You've now helped me with 4 problems in my life. Hayashi said with a smile as Naruto looked at him in confusion. 4, but that was 2. The bringing your family closer and the paperwork. What else did I help you with? Naruto asked as Hayashi sat up straighter. You've also helped me with my problem of what to do with Hinata. I was worried that I'd have to place the caged bird seal on one of my children, but since Hinata loves you, that won't be a problem. Also, you've helped me realize that I need to spend more time with my family, instead of with the past. I spend so much time reflecting on the past mistakes that it hurt my family, and in the end it brought nothing but more problems. Hayashi said as Naruto's mind was still stuck on the fact Hinata loved him. Naruto-sama, I have but one more favor to ask of you before anything else. I know you have helped me and my family much, but I feel I must ask this of you. Hayashi said, almost begged, as Naruto shook his head of his thoughts. Sure, Hayashi, anything, Naruto said, but got the strangest feeling those were the wrong words. Marry my daughter, Hayashi said as he bowed to Naruto, while the latter's eyes were wide with pure shock in them. But neither noticed the door to the room had been opened and 2 figures were standing there in the doorway with shock on their faces as well. Naruto knew he couldn't go back on his word now. He never goes back on his word, so now that he was Hokage that would mean everything. Besides, Hinata was a kind, caring, and if not a bit quiet and weird, sweet girl. So, he steeled himself as he prepared to do something no one his age should have to. Yes, Hayashi-sama, I'll take Hinata-chan as my first wife, Naruto said with slight confidence as Hayashi sat up straight from his cushion and gave Naruto a smile, and then his face turned to horror as he looked behind Naruto. Naruto was confused and looked behind himself as well, only to see Hinata and Hanabi, just as Hinata fainted with the biggest smile on her face. In the village, Kakashi was standing outside of a normal tea shop reading his book as Asuma and Kurenai came up. Hey guys, you two seem to be getting along well, Kakashi said with a slightly amused tone in his lazy voice. Kurenai blushed and looked away, but Asuma didn't react at all. Idiot, Anko just asked me to pick up some dango for her, Kurenai said as she was still blushing. And what are you doing here besides catching up on your reading? Asuma asked Kakashi as he knew the man wasn't just here by coincidence. He glanced up and down the street, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. I need to buy something to put on a grave, Kakashi said as they both caught on to the lie quickly. Asuma then knew something was seriously wrong for Kakashi to blatantly lie like that, so they all played it cool and followed with it. Plus, I'm meeting somebody here, Kakashi said with a glance into the tea shop they were standing outside of. Asuma and Kurenai glanced in there, as well seeing 2 people with black cloaks with red cloud patterns and bamboo hats on. The 2 seemed a bit too relaxed, but even Kurenai could tell they were powerful. Just waiting on Sasuke, Kakashi said as one of the people gripped his cup harder and made his ring strap against it, causing a noticeable noise that made Kurenai jump slightly, and Asuma tensed as they all continued to watch the 2. The 2 suddenly vanished into thin air as Sasuke approached Kakashi. Kakashi, it's not like you to be earlier, Sasuke commented as he reached them. Kakashi and the others didn't even turn to him as they looked toward each other. Kakashi gave the two Jonin a look, and Asuma and Kurenai nodded as they jumped into the air and blurred from sight. With Naruto, he and Hayashi had just been about to explain things. They were now dealing with a fainted Hinata and an angry Hanabi when an Umbu ninja appeared outside the door. Hokage-sama, urgent news from Umbu Patrol 5. The Umbu said from his knelt position. Hanabi would have seemed shocked if Hayashi hadn't struck a pressure point to the back of her neck, knocking her out, as the Umbu appeared. Hayashi motioned the Umbu into the room as he and Naruto had serious looks on their faces. Hayashi closed the door and reactivated the seals as they began. Report, Naruto said as he was in full Hokage mode. He was starting to get used to it, as Umbu had been appearing before him since 5 a.m. Umbu Patrol 5 was alerted by Might Guy, who has spotted Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki by the river that runs through Konoha. What are your orders, sir? The Umbu aide as he lifted his head to show his bird mask. Bird, I want you and Boar's squad to assist any ninja which are trying to apprehend them. If Guy spotted those two taking a casual stroll through my village, then chances are some Jonin, like Kakashi-sensei, have to. Naruto said as Bird nodded and shunned Shined away. Naruto and Hayashi then got up and walked out toward the Hokage Tower after making 2 clones to take the girls to their rooms. You're smarter and better at this than your reports and grades ever suggested, Hayashi said with a smirk while Naruto shrugged. What can I say? Grades and reports aren't everything, Naruto said with his own smirk. You know, you're the perfect example that our ninja need, Hayashi said proudly. Thanks, Naruto said quietly as they finally reached the tower, with Jiraiya already outside. I know. Now we go greet our guest and give them a proper Konoha welcome, Jiraiya said with a grin as Naruto and Hayashi grinned back. Well, I did miss my morning training, Naruto said as Jiraiya placed a hand on his shoulder. And I forgot my morning exercise. Oh well, this make up for it, Hayashi said as he and Jiraiya used the Shunshin to teleport to the fight. At the river, Itachi needed to get away and Kakashi knew too much. Itachi didn't want to use the Tsukuyomi on Kakashi, but it was unavoidable. Damn his now blurring eyesight and lack of chakra. Kisame, we'll take Kakashi with us. We don't need the others, get rid of them. Itachi spoke in monotone as Kisame charged forward with his sword, Sharkskin. Sever Leaf Hurricane, Guy exclaimed as he knocked Kisame away with a spinning back kick, which held much speed and power. It was then Naruto, Jiraiya, and Hayashi arrived. As soon as they had Naruto made a 100 clones, and Hayashi blurred forward to strike Itachi with the gentle fist. Itachi evaded most of the strikes, but he couldn't dodge them all due to his blurring eyesight and lack of chakra. Itachi's legs stopped working as Hayashi caught him with 2 palm strikes to each, and Hayashi disabled his whole body from there. Kisame got up and saw what happened, but not before Hayashi and Jiraiya were fast upon him as well. He tried to swing Sharkskin down on them, but each time he did a clone took the hit and Hayashi disabled a part of Kisame's body each time until the blue shark-like man was unconscious. After about 10 minutes the fighting was over and the Umbu came out and took the 2 away. Someone get Kakashi-sensei to a hospital. He looks like crap, Naruto exclaimed as an Umbu nodded and took Kakashi away. Hayashi, call the Shinobi Council and clan heads for an emergency meeting, and Jiraiya, you get the elders. I want to know why Itachi Uchiha has done what he's done, without involving Ibiki or Anko. Kisame, however, they'll be needed against him, Naruto said in a stern voice as they both nodded to him before an Umbu took him to his office. You know, he kinda scared me just then, Jiraiya said as Hayashi simply nodded. Yes, just imagine once you start training him, Hayashi said as he went to collect the clan heads and Shinobi Council while Jiraiya hunted down the 3 ever-elusive elders. Things would certainly be interesting from now on. Chapter 4, Truth and Training. In the council chambers. So that's it, huh? Naruto said quietly as Itachi nodded his head. Naruto sat back in his chair at the head of the council table and rubbed his temples. It couldn't have been drugs. It couldn't have been money. It couldn't have been him just plain going insane like they were told. No, it had to be that his clan wanted to revolt against the village. Naruto sighed as he lifted his cold gaze at his three advising elders, who flinched back from never seeing eyes filled with such cold fire in them. Explain, Naruto commanded as Hamura stood up. Hokage-sama, they would have demolished any other ninja we had sent. We also needed someone in the clan to be a spy, and that was completely loyal to the village. Itachi was the only and perfect choice. Hamura explained as his fellow two elders nodded. So you ruined the life of one good person because my predecessor, the third Hokage, allowed the civilian council to control the academy? You ruined Itachi-san's life because he was willing to kill his family? Are you three morons? Naruto spoke as his anger rose with each question. Everyone flinched back at the sheer rage in his tone. They all looked to him as his eyes glowed red and his features became more feral. He then started taking deep breaths and calmed himself down as he returned to normal. I'll need someone to teach me to control the Kyuubi's power. Anyways, Itachi, you are to be our spy into this Akatsuki. Once you have all the necessary information, you are to report back to me, understood? Naruto said as Itachi nodded. Yes, Hokage-sama, Itachi replied in his monotone voice as Naruto turned back to his council. Nara-san, what do you believe would be best in this situation? I do plan to return Itachi to the village, and I'm sure the people will not take well to that, due to the mistakes of my predecessor. Naruto said as he knew the people, shinobi and civilian alike, would hate Itachi almost as much as the civilians hated him. I think the truth would be best, Hokage-sama, since anything else would just blow up in our face later on, like right now. Shikaku said as he laid his head on the table. Naruto nodded his own head in agreement. He would not lie to his people, not like he was lied to. Itachi, what do you know of this Akatsuki as of now? Inoichi asked as Itachi closed his eyes in thought. Akatsuki is a criminal organization of S-class missing nin and is the most wanted group in the entire shinobi world. Their main goal is to collect all of the tailed beasts for their plan of world domination. Itachi said as the others of the room grew wide-eyed and gasped. Naruto unconsciously let a hand rub his stomach as Jiraiya patted his shoulder. Akatsuki, at any given time, is composed of no more than 10 primary members, all of whom are S-rank criminals. Members always work in teams of 2, with the exception of Zetsu, who functions as the organization's spy, and they make use of their unique skills to the team's advantage. Team members must function very well together, or at least stand each other to accomplish their task, even though they have mutual problems with each other. The organization is rarely fully assembled, though, Itachi said, and then paused briefly to let the information sink in. The members of Akatsuki as of now are myself, Kisame, Deidara of IWA, Sasori of the Red Sand, Haiden the Immortal, Kakazu of the Five Hearts, Conan the Paper Angel, Nagato the Fake Leader, Zetsu the Human Flytrap, and Madara Uchiha the Real Leader. Itachi said with the others gaping and gasping at the names, especially the last. But how? He should be dead of old age by now, Koharu said with her mouth agape. She remembered that the man was about 38 when she was born, so that would make him 105 years old right now. I think we should all know that in the ninja world, we are to expect the unexpected, Naruto said sagely as he sat back and rubbed his temples. He really didn't need those kind of worries. If what he read from their bingo book pages was right, then not even Kakashi-sensei could take any of them on now, maybe with some training. Also, you should know, Hokage-sama, that Madara was the reason for the Kyuubi's attack on the day of your birth. Itachi said with his eyes on Naruto, as Naruto's face showed complete shock. Naruto shook his head, leaving those thoughts for another day. Since we're being brutally honest here, and I did promise I wouldn't lie or hide anything from you anymore, Naruto, you should probably know that 2 of the people he mentioned I trained. Jiraiya said while he scratched his head in embarrassment and gave a cheesy grin as Naruto merely raised an eyebrow. For some reason, I'm not surprised. Just tell us which ones and how long ago. Naruto said as he began massaging his temples again. Damn, this was his first real day on the job, and he already had crap to deal with. It was Nagato and Conan, but it was back in the Second Great Shinobi World War. They looked after themselves until I found them. I gave them food and taught them how to use ninjutsu so that they could defend themselves. After 3 years of training, I was happy enough with their progress that I returned to Konoha, leaving them to forge their own future as shinobi. Last I had heard they were dead, Jiraiya said with a completely serious face as Naruto sighed. All right, here's what we're going to do so far. Itachi, you and Kisame will do whatever it is that you do, but be back here on my call. Also, due to the mental stress Kakashi-sensei is in, no one at our hospital can heal him. So first we need to find a healer, since we can't do much about the other stuff that's been brought to our attention, but I still want information on each and every one in Akatsuki. Naruto said as they nodded, and Jiraiya grew a smirk on his face. If it's a healer you need, look no further, cause I know the perfect one, Jiraiya exclaimed as Naruto gazed at him weirdly. And that would be? Naruto said as Jiraiya grinned at him. Tsunade Senju, the Slug Princess, and Slug Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya exclaimed as he did a goofy dance. But she hasn't been back here in ages. She said she'd never return to this village, Koharu said as Naruto looked at her. I don't give a damn if she has or hasn't, cause she will, Naruto said as he sat up in his chair. All right then, it's settled. Me and Naruto will head out and find Tsunade, Jiraiya said as the council grew wide-eyed. You can't. He's the Hokage now, and he needs to stay in the village, Koharu said as Hamura and Danzo nodded. I know that, but he's not going to be announced until everything is calm and done with. Besides, I still need to start his training, and it'll be a good time to do so, Jiraiya said with a small smirk as the elders looked to one another. There's something you're not telling us, Jiraiya. Out with it, Hamura said sternly as Jiraiya gave him a grin. Nothing gets past you old fossils. There is a way for Naruto to run the village and travel with me. A blood clone would be able to do so, Jiraiya said as Hamura and Koharu looked to one another in uncertainty. A blood clone would be able to. The blood clone could also use the shadow clone jutsu, and the information from them would even be shared with the real original. He could also keep up with more training that way, being able to learn and master things, which would normally take years, in a matter of days. He'd even be able to act as a normal ninja with the blood clone doing the normal work of the Hokage. I say we do it, Danzo mused over as he finally decided to go with Jiraiya's plan. The others nodded after hearing him. All right then, pack your things Naruto, cause after I teach you this jutsu we're out of here tomorrow, Jiraiya said as he disappeared in a plume of smoke. Naruto called a break to the meeting and went to pack his things. He now lived in the Hokage mansion, so he didn't have to far to go to his new mansion from the council chambers. He packed his things and then went back to the meeting once the break was done. All right everyone, since I'm about to leave the village there are some things we must get straight. While the real me is absent, only elite Chunin and higher will receive missions directly from my clone. Those lower than that rank will receive them from the council, since everyone believes you're giving them missions anyway. Also, I'll be gone for at least 2 weeks, so I appoint Shikaka Nara as head of the council until my return. Danzo, you and Dragon will maintain the route and regular Yanbiyu. Hamura and Koharu, you two shall head the civilian council, since they'll try anything to gain power in my absence, mostly because they are unaware that I was made Hokage. The rest of my orders are to act as you always have, with Konoha's best interest at heart, and right now that is a strong face and kind heart, Naruto said in a commanding voice, yet it was still kind and smooth as he smiled at them. Even Danzo and Hayashi cracked small smiles at him. Then Hayashi remembered something. Hokage-sama, what of the Chunin exams? I'm sure Sarutobi-sama had chosen his picks already from the preliminaries, Hayashi said as he stood to address his young leader. Naruto nodded sagely, as that was something he forgot. Yes, and I must agree with those he picked, but I will not announce them now. I will do it when I return, as well as my introduction to the village. Is there anything more? Naruto said as he looked around, and no one spoke. He called the end of the meeting as Jiraiya came up to him, and they walked out. Danzo and Hayashi watched as the two walked out. He just might be the best Hokage this village has ever seen, Hayashi said with a smile as Danzo nodded. I must admit that at first I was opposed to him, but he seems to have what the others lacked, the very reason I wanted to be Hokage in the first place. He has a kind heart, but a stronger mind and sense of judgment. He doesn't let his heart stop him from taking the actions which need to. I realize now what a fool I've been for still lusting for the title of Hokage. If I had been, I would have waged war with everyone, thinking that would be the only solution. It's thanks to a talk I had with him that allowed me to think. Danzo said as Hayashi looked at him. Danzo was smiling, and that was scary. Oh, and what was it he made you think about? Hayashi asked as Danzo looked toward him. He told me he'd do what needed to be done, even if it cost his heart 100 pains. You see, unlike what people believe, I've always done things for the sake of the village, not simply me. My beliefs differed from those of the former Hokages, as I feel that the village should be placed above all else, even one's heart. I didn't hate the previous Hokage's beliefs, but I did think poorly of them. I just preferred to directly eliminate threats through assassination and execution rather than diplomacy and negotiation the others would try. But now, I believe that Naruto has combined the best of both ideals, putting the village first, but doing it with care. He seems to use his kind heart to help people see his way, but if they don't, he'll deal with them, unlike Hiruzen would have. Hiruzen and the others felt that if things were left alone, they'd work themselves out, but Naruto knows otherwise. He knows that people can be changed for the better, but if they can't, then he knows they don't belong in this world, a world that needs people like him. Danzo explained as Hayashi nodded. He may not have liked Danzo before, but now maybe he might. That boy really can change people for the better. I just hope it works on Tsunade-sama. Hayashi said as he and Danzo walked out with Danzo nodding to the thought. With Naruto and Jiraiya. All right, Naruto, I'll show you the jutsu now, Jiraiya said as they stopped near the front gate. Naruto nodded as he was eager to learn a new jutsu. Now, before I do, I need to let you know about it first. The blood clone is very much like the shadow clone, except it won't dispel until you dismiss it. It will do everything you would do, even your thought process, and it can use jutsu as well. Now I want you to draw blood from your thumb and make the ram hand sign. Focus your chakra as you would for a shadow clone, and then go into all the hand signs of a summoning and finish with the shadow clone hand seal. Jiraiya explained as Naruto nodded and did as he was instructed. Ninja art. Blood clone jutsu, Naruto said as a clone popped up next to him in a haze of crimson smoke. Jiraiya looked it over and then punched it into a wall, with it forming a crater the shape of its body. Hey, what the hell was that for? The blood clone yelled as he walked out of the crater like it was nothing. Jiraiya looked to Naruto for the answer as Naruto shrugged. I have a high pain tolerance, Naruto said with his shrug. Again, sorry for not being there, kid, Jiraiya said as he knew he added chakra to that punch. He wasn't Tsunade, but that could have laid a Jonin ninja out for a week. Like I said on the way here, it wasn't your fault. You needed to watch Orochimaru and the Akatsuki, Naruto said as he waved off the apology. Jiraiya sighed as Naruto turned to the clone. You know what to do, right? He asked his clone as the clone nodded and jumped to the roofs to get back to the Hokage tower. You ready to head out? Jiraiya asked when the clone was out of sight. Yup, Naruto exclaimed with a smile. He was always excited to get out of the village. Plus, he would finally be able to get some real training done. The duo of master and apprentice disembarked from the village. Their goal, find Tsunade Senju and bring her back to the village. With the Genin at Training Ground 7, later. Hey, guys, did you know that Naruto left with that old guy Jiraiya a little while ago to go find some Tsunade person? Kiba asked as he reached the spot the others were. The only one who didn't look surprised was Shino. Then again, you could never really tell the expression on Shino's face, or tell how he was feeling, as he always sounded the same. Hinata fidgeted nervously as her face went red, but they all ignored it. Sasuke gave a snort as he didn't care, and Sakura followed his every action. Really? Ino asked nervously as she had long since stopped being a Sasuke fangirl. After she heard what Naruto had done to protect his friends, it opened her eyes to the truth about a lot of things. Yeah, I heard on the way here that they left a little while ago. It doesn't matter to me, but I thought his team might want to know. Kiba replied with a shrug as Sasuke snorted again. I don't care what he does, so long as he's not here to get in my way, Sasuke said as he leaned against a tree. Yeah, that idiot is probably going away because he tried to be cooler than Sasuke-kun when the sand and sound invaded. We all know Sasuke-kun was the one to beat that demon Gaara. No one gets in Sasuke-kun's way, Sakura exclaimed as Sasuke simply took the credit for the fight when people asked about it. No one would believe the dope would actually win a fight. Why not take some Umbu or Hyuga then too? Shikamaru asked as he, along with Hinata and Shino, knew who Tsunade was. Because Jiraiya was only allowing one person along with him, so he chose Naruto. Don't know why, but he must wanted to teach the dope how to eat something other than ramen. Right, Hinata? Kiba said as he nudged her. She gave him a scary look and he backed away slowly. He turned to Shino, who took a sip of the drink he had brought. Shino didn't say anything, but he and Shikamaru knew something was going on with Naruto. Makes sense. The dope probably can't even spell ramen. Sasuke replied with a smirk as Sakura had hearts in her eyes, but no one else but Kiba paid attention. Do you think there's anything going on between those two? Choji asked Shikamaru as they both noticed Hinata's spike in Churka as she tried to suppress her anger. Who? Naruto and Hinata. Sakura asked as she had overheard them. Hinata eeped and went red-faced as she pressed her fingers together as she tried hard not to faint from what she had heard earlier that day. What would make you think Hinata would love a baka like that? Hinata's a Hyuga clan heir and Naruto's a baka street urchin. She would never like him. He's trash. Sakura exclaimed as everyone, but Hinata and Ino, sighed at her, even Sasuke. They all knew Hinata had loved Naruto for a long time, and Sakura was more oblivious than Naruto to that fact. Hinata and, surprisingly Ino, growled lowly at her for talking about their man. Wait, Ino backtracked. Our man? Since when did that happen? I mean Naruto's cute, kind, sweet, goofy, exciting. Okay, it's official. I just started falling in love with Naruto. I mean, he is a great guy after all, but I couldn't do that to Hinata. I couldn't just steal her man, even if I did want him now. I'll just tell Hinata how I feel, and see what happens. I'm sure Hinata could help me, and I could help her, but I'll tell her later. Ino thought as she looked at Hinata, and then sighed as she resolved herself to do what needed to be done. Shikamaru and Shino, of course, were silent on the matter. The two knew Naruto and Hinata had, at the least, some kind of relationship by the way Hinata was acted, but they weren't going to tell anyone. Shikamaru was just too lazy to do it, as it would cause him a good amount of grief. And Shino, well, he just didn't talk a lot. Although when they saw how Ino was acting, they had raised eyebrows as they knew Naruto was going to be one unlucky bastard if those two had a cat fight while he was gone. Itachi just stood on top of the tree across the clearing as he had been watching his brother. He wondered how often his brother smiled or laughed these days, but he could plainly see he didn't. Itachi frowned and narrowed his eyes at Sasuke as he knew his brother took the road he didn't want him to. Damn it, Sasuke, why aren't you what I expected you to be? You were supposed to hate me and try not to be like me. You were supposed to want nothing to do with power and only want to live, to find love, to kill me and be done with it. Why can't you see that, foolish little brother? Itachi said as Kisame blurred next to him. Time to go catch up with Hokage-sama and Jiraiya-sama. They need the info I have on Madara. Kisame said as he stole a glance at the group of genin. He wondered how long it had been since he and Zabuza had been like that, except those kids were normal. I thought you said you weren't helping them. You said you'd never betray your Mizukage. Itachi said in his normal monotone voice as he continued to stare at his little brother. I did, but then I learned of what Madara did to Naruto-sama. It's kinda like my childhood, and I'd be damned if I don't follow the kid. He took that kind of pain way better than I ever did, and he came out still kind and happy. I think I want to see how he does it. After my interrogation, Ibiki told me that Naruto has a way of bringing the good out of people. I want to see him do it to Tsunade-sama. Kisame said with a small smile that Itachi thought he was imagining. Kisame didn't smile. He smirked and grinned, but never smiled. Itachi nodded as he turned from the genin with closed eyes that snapped open to reveal his active Sharingan. Fine. I think I want to see this power as well, Itachi said as he and Kisame blurred from the treetop. Sasuke looked over at the treetop and could have sworn he saw his brother, but he saw nothing now that he was really looking at it. Maybe it was just his mind playing tricks on him. He then remembered what he had read from the secret Uchiha tablet, and he rushed away from the others as he remembered he needed to talk to Kakashi. With Jiraiya and Naruto. They had gotten a good distance from the village and were now in Shikuba town. Jiraiya said he needed to find an informant, so he gave Naruto his belongings, along with the young Kage's inheritance, and told him to get a room for the day. Now Naruto was inside the hotel room he had gotten and was reading the letters left for him by his parents. Naruto, if you are reading this message, then I and your father are dead. We asked the Sandaime Hokage if he would watch over you in case we were never able to. It seems that it has come to that. You may not have had the chance to know me, but I am your mother, Kushina Uzumaki. My baby boy, I want you to know that you are a hero, Naruto, no matter what anyone tells you. It is because of you that Konoha still stands today. I'm quite sure that in our last days your father and I have done what I really did not wish to do. You see, Naruto, you hold the Kyuubi inside of you. I'm sure if you're old enough that you know this by now, so I won't say too much on that. Just know that I probably disagreed with your father seal him inside of you, but I'm sure in the end, it was too late for any other choice. I would have probably also disagreed with the Sarutobi-sama when, and if he said that you should never be told of the Kyuubi. I'm sure he didn't tell you, but I'm sure you know by now. I love you, Naruto, and so does your father. We know that you are not the demon and that you never will be. You're our greatest little angel. Now on to serious business. Naruto, our people have a strong bloodline, one that will give you power that many have never seen, but you must learn to control it. It is the power to use all 5 of the elemental chakras along with Yin-Yang chakra. Once you master it, you'll be able to mix them and create sub-elements like with style. Only truly gifted Uzumaki awaken our bloodline, and rarely would it have been able to be taught. It is a power which can shake the very countries themselves, as you will also have the Kyuubi increasing that power with his own energies. But you must control it, Naruto, as I'm sure you've noticed your crappy chakra control. There is only one way to gain perfect control over this power, but I can't tell you. You must find the answer on your own. You will know, Naruto. I believe in you. Naruto, I'm going to finish this letter now. I hope you read all of it. I had to write fast. The doctors tell me it won't be long now until you're born, but I had to finish this one last message to you. No matter what happens, Naruto, I know that you will make us proud, whether it's in Konoha or elsewhere. I left a few parting gifts, as did your father. You should find them in the boxes. Good luck, Naruto-kun. I know that you will become the greatest shinobi, and may Hokage if the village is as Minato has always said, even though I know that's not the case. Love. Kushina Uzumaki, your mother. Naruto cried as he read his mother's last letter. Now he knew he was always loved by them. Now he knew he wasn't what the villagers called him. He found an even greater source of determination now. He would make his mother proud. I did it, Mom. I'm Hokage, but the village is nothing like what Dad hoped it was. I'll make you proud, and that's a promise. Believe it, Naruto said as he returned to reading the last of the scroll, which was from his dad. Hiya, Naruto. Your mother told me we're making like a time capsule or something for you, so I put in my favorite jutsu, so you can use them someday. In the scroll, it contains instructions for the Hiraishin and the Rasengan, 2 jutsu I'm very well known for. The Rasengan hasn't gotten completed yet, but I know you can finish it if I don't. The 3-pronged kunai are used in conjunction with the Hiraishin, but not necessary. You can read more from the scroll. Oh yeah, and whatever you do, Naruto, listen to your motor mouth mother. A.N. I'm sorry, but I had to. It was so funny in the manga and I loved it. Also, our clan had a bloodline so you might inherit it, but I never did. It's called the Daiyugan, Great King Ai. My dad had it before he died, so you could have it too. If you don't, then you have the elemental star power of your mother's clan, the Uzumaki. The Daiyugan comes at a price, so be sure to read more in the scrolls. See you later, Naruto. Love. Minato Namikaze, your father, Yondaime Hokage. Naruto cried harder as he realized his father didn't even know what would happen to them all. His mother must have been the only one to think ahead. He sighed as he wiped away his tears and opened the scroll for the Daiyugan. The Daiyugan is a Dojutsu like no other. While many believed it was inferior to the 3 great Dojutsu, it was not. In fact, it is far more powerful than they could ever hope to be. This level of power, along with the Daiyugan's true abilities, however, is only known within the clan, and so we have let others, including our own village, think less of us. What ours know of the Daiyugan's abilities ID that is gives perfect sight, much like a great king sees all within his kingdom, but that is all others know of its power. To read the rest, you must gain the Daiyugan, and that requires a clear mind and the following hand signs. Naruto nodded as he knew exactly what a clear mind meant. He needed to knock himself out after performing the jutsu. He did the hand signs from the scroll and then focused his chakra to his center. He felt himself became sleepy, and then he fell back to the ground with a thud. In Naruto's mindscape, Naruto awoke to find himself standing in suddenly a sewer he knew was inside of his mind. He followed the sewer down 2 long tunnels and around 2 corners, ending up in a huge room the size of his former apartment building. On the far wall was a cage door that went wall to wall and from the floor to the ceiling. It was very intimidating. The only thing that was holding it closed shut was a seal with the kanji 4 seal on it. It was then 2 large blood-red eyes opened and stared at Naruto with kindness and sorrow. Okay, now he was floored. "QB," was all Naruto could say, as the puffball would be yelling at him or calling him a brat by now, but it looked ready to cry. "So my jailer has finally discovered his powers and used the king's rest jutsu to help awaken it," and the other. "Well, I suppose the mirage is over, and I can show you what lies beyond the mask," QB said with a sigh as he was engulfed in a tornado of flames. When the flames died away, in QB's place was a young woman. She had short spiky orange hair and crimson red eyes. She wore a short black shirt robe with green trimmings, dark pants, with black and white belt that she tied in front with mesh armor underneath. "You can turn human, and you're a girl?" Naruto asked in complete shock, since QB never did that before. QB just scoffed at him as she stepped between the bars of the cage and laid a hand on Naruto's shoulder, to which shocked Naruto even more. "Naruto, if I wanted to, I could turn human on the drop of a Rio coin, but I needed to keep up my mask of aggression and hatred. Do you honestly think I've survived thousands of years being a giant beast of hate and anger? Hell no, I'm smarter than those humans could ever be. That's why as soon as I was sealed into, I saw the same power that righteous man had at once. I saw the power of a king in you. Oh yeah, and if I was really bloodthirsty, I could have come out at any time and killed you," QB said with a smile as she patted Naruto's head like a child. Naruto was completely floored by this as he gaped like a fish. He shook himself to regain his composure as he turned serious eyes to QB. "I felt smarter and calmer than I've ever felt in my life. I feel so serene, and I don't remember ever learning that word." "You did that, didn't you?" Naruto asked with narrowed eyes as QB gave him a fox-like grin and a mock bow. "But of course, I couldn't have my host be a moronic Hokage, could I? Besides, I was going to do it in a couple of months anyway, so I just started earlier. But back to the reason you're here. You're here to acquire the power of the Daiyogen. I must warn you that it wouldn't be easy. Things are given up to obtain that Jujutsu, and they know of its true power. If you truly wish to gain this blessed yet cursed power, then follow me," QB said as she walked out of the room with Naruto close behind. They quickly made it to what seemed like a stone tablet. Naruto was confused as QB grabbed his hand and placed it on the stone tablet. His body started to glow as he began to slowly fade away. "Naruto, don't question things from here on out. Just go with the flow and think before you speak. Also, when you get there and see that man, you'll have to give something up. Be sure to think before you speak, Naruto-kun," QB said as she kissed his cheek before he completely faded away. In the Thought Tower, Naruto didn't know why, but he knew this place like the back of his hand. It confused him, but like QB said, he just needed to go with the flow. He reached the top of the tower, only to see a floating platform to which he walked to. "Ah, I see, so you're the next of the Namikes to come here. What is your name, young one?" a voice said smoothly and calmly. Naruto looked up and saw a young man sipping tea and reading a book as he sat lazily in his throne-like chair in the center of the platform. He had short wavy black hair. He wore a black uniform that seemed to be for a school. His purple eyes gazed over Naruto with disinterest and then excitement as recognition flashed through them. "Ah, so it's finally your turn, Naruto," the man said as Naruto simply nodded, not wanting to seem out of the loop on the subject. "Good. Then you must know why you're here and the requirements of it," the young man said as he sat up straight and gave the presence of a true king. Naruto couldn't help but nod as he felt that anything this man told him would lead to peace and posterity. "Good. Then allow me to explain who I am. I am Lelouch Namikaze, and I was the first of the Namikaze clan. You see, when I first died, the world was created anew, and I was revived in this era. I still had the powers of my old life, so I simply used it. I didn't want anyone trying to steal our power or knowing of it. So I made it to where only select members of the clan had it, and only they could use it. After being in this world for about 10 years, I joined my clan with a man named Hashirama and his Senju clan. And well, you know the rest of that story. Lelouch said as he stood and walked over to Naruto with a kind smile playing on his face. Now on to what must be done for you to receive my power. You must give up something that you possess, and once you give it up you can never have it back. Lelouch said with a stone serious face. Naruto placed his chin in his hand as he thought it over. Kyuubi said not to question things, so he wouldn't. Kyuubi said to go with the flow, so he would. Kyuubi also said to think before he spoke, and so he was. Now what could he give up that wouldn't seem stupid but wouldn't impair him? Lelouch stared at him with his smile back in place. If what he thought and knew about his descendant was true, then Naruto would make a better choice than he when he was alive. I'll give you my hatred, Naruto said as Lelouch's smile broadened. He ruffled Naruto's hair as he let out a chuckle of amusement. You've passed my test, Naruto, Lelouch said as Naruto grew a bit confused. You see, the only ones who could hope to have my true power were the ones who would give up a dark trait of theirs. There were others who gave up other things, but only those who would give up their negativity could gain my true blessing, and you just so happened to be the first, Lelouch said, trailing off as he thought about the stupidity of his clan. If only it hadn't skipped Minato, and Naruto was Minato's grandson. So here is my truest blessing, the full potential and power of the Dyogen, the Kami Dyogen, Lelouch said as he jabbed 2 glowing fingers into Naruto's eyes. It didn't hurt his eyes, but his mind was on fire from the sensation. When Lelouch pulled his fingers back, Naruto fainted and fell off the floating platform. Lelouch smiled, watching him go down into the inky black darkness of the space. He then went back to his throne and started reading his book again, waiting another who knows how long for a visitor. Well, at least I have Aiko Aika, Lelouch said to himself as he giggled perversely. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto awoke with a bad headache. Kyuubi was over him with a worried expression on her face that turned happy when she saw he was waking up. His eyes fluttered open and she gasped at seeing them. They were a royal blue color as he fluttered them. They glowed slightly as he sat up, keeping them open. You received the blessed eyes of Kami, Kyuubi said more to herself than him. He looked at her as she tried to avert her gaze. Naruto, you must stop those eyes before you use them on me. Just close your eyes and think of your normal ones, she said as he did so, with his eyes returning to their cerulean color. All right, what now? Naruto asked as Kyuubi snapped her fingers and turned into a young man with the same clothes and short red hair. Now it's time for hell, Kit, Kyuubi said as he dragged Naruto to the room they would be training in for the next 3 years, but since it was his mind it would pass in a matter of hours. 3 hours later, outside Naruto's mindscape. Naruto awoke in a cold sweat as he just survived Kyuubi's boot camp of hell and torment. He was far more knowledgeable now, but his mind would never be the same. Kyuubi had trained him in chakra control, some jutsu, and mastering 3 of his 5 chakra affinities, since when being still physical, he could still manipulate his chakra the way he wanted to for if he wanted to perform a jutsu. After a year of that, Kyuubi had him studying seals and everything else shinobi. It was a whole another mind year before he could move on to manipulating Kyuubi's chakra. He had finally mastered it when Kyuubi had told him the last thing he wanted to hear. Kyuubi was being drained away. Naruto had converted a large amount of chakra in his training, and now Kyuubi would disappear in a year if he couldn't find a body for Kyuubi to transfer into. It was a good thing that in the first and second years he had discovered some interesting things about his bloodline, the Dyogen. Now he was face to face with a worried Jiraiya to who he told everything to. Jiraiya wanted to faint after hearing that tale, but he needed confirmation. So let me get this straight. The Kyuubi, who can be a girl who's in love with you, or a boy who's a drill sergeant, trained you for 3 years in your mind? But before that, you gained the Namake's bloodline Jujutsu, and the one Minato's father had wasn't even the true full power of it? Also, you're the first to receive its true power because you were willing to give up your hatred for others, Jiraiya said incredulously as Naruto nodded truthfully each time. Jiraiya nodded slowly as he fell back, finally allowing himself to faint. Naruto only looked at him, then shrugged as he got his Dyogen scroll and activated his eyes to read more on the powers his eyes had. Interesting, Naruto said with a fox-like grin as he read the scroll. Yup, tomorrow's training with Jiraiya would be interesting indeed. The next day, Naruto and Jiraiya had gotten up early to train and then moved to the next town in search of Tsunade. That was why they were in Haskin town. Jiraiya said he and Naruto would be collecting some information there. The only problem was, why do I have to stay here? I'm the now, so why can't I go? Naruto whined as Jiraiya sighed at his actions. I thought you said that you grew smarter? Jiraiya asked as Naruto blinked. I did, but that doesn't mean I'm still not 13, pervy sage. Besides, Hugh-chan said she likes my childishness. Naruto said with a pout. Well, I don't care for it much. Here, study this jutsu, and when I come back, I'll see how far you've truly gotten with Kyuubi. If it's good enough, then I'll start teaching you a truly amazing jutsu. The Rasengan, Jiraiya said as he gave Naruto a scroll. Naruto blinked a few times as raised his hand slightly, like he was holding a fruit. You mean this? Naruto said as chakra swirled in his hand until it formed a perfect Rasengan. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes as he studied the jutsu. How did you learn this? Jiraiya asked in a serious voice with narrowed eyes. He knew he hadn't even mentioned it to Naruto, and the boy knew it already. Jiraiya knew he was supposed to be the only one to know that jutsu besides the boy's father, Minato. I saw it and studied it when you fainted last night. It was in a blood seal scroll from Dad. He had some great tips, hints, and tricks on it too. Naruto said energetically as he formed another in the opposite hand. Jiraiya almost fainted again, but stopped because this time Naruto might learn the Fly Thunder God Jutsu if he did. That year of chakra exercises paid off, don't cha think? Naruto said as he dispelled both Rasengan from his hands. Yeah well, just study that jutsu, okay? It'll be helpful in future battles. Jiraiya said quickly before he vanished in a plume of smoke. Naruto sighed as he sat down and opened the scroll. Fire Style, Small Fire Stream Jutsu. This technique is used as the parent jutsu of almost any fire jutsu used. It was created by Akira Saratobi and requires no hand seals. Naruto started reading as he sat there in the hotel room. With Itachi and Kisame. We're getting close. I can feel Naruto's chakra from here, and it's much stronger and more controlled than the last time we saw him. Itachi said in monotone, with Kisame nodded as they strolled into the outskirts of town. Yeah, you're right. It's focused to the point of great chakra control, but it still isn't at mastery yet, although it's definitely more power. I'd say he was at low Chunin in both before, but it seems that he just jumped to Sannin level in 2 days. It's almost as if he's been training for years. Oh well, that'll just make it more fun to have a battle against him. Kisame said with a wide shark-like grin showing his shark-like teeth. Itachi nodded as he too wished to test the limits of Naruto's newfound power. Then let's not make haste, Itachi said as he and Kisame took to the roofs and ran toward Naruto was located. With Kakashi. So Naruto went with Jiraiya-sama to find Tsunade-sama to help me? Kakashi said in an extremely weak voice as he lay unmoving in his bed. The only part of him he could move was his eyes and his head a bit, but that wasn't much. In the room with him were some people, mainly Asuma, Guy, and Kurenai, but also Yugao Yuzuki and Shikaka Nara. That's Naruto-sama, or Hokage-sama, Kakashi-senpai. You of all people should know how to show the proper respect for the Hokage. Yugao said as Kakashi seemed to simply ignore her. She wasn't sure if he hadn't heard or what, but it made her uneasy about him and his loyalties. Anyways, that's everything from the meetings, and so now all of you are filled in, and Kakashi, show Naruto-sama the respect he deserves. After all, he could just have you killed if he wanted. Shikaku said lazily, but smirked as the little color Kakashi had faded. I'm very respectful of Naruto, but that doesn't mean we should let it go to our heads nor his. I mean, he is just a genin after all. He may be Hokage now, but he doesn't have any of the power to back up the title. I'll admit he may have a few good jutsu, but he lacks the intellect and power to be a proper Hokage. At first I was caught in all the hype that my student became Hokage, but he really can't do it. He's the weakest of my team. Now Sasuke on the other hand. He defeated Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Kakashi said as he stared at the ceiling. He was oblivious to the anger and shock of the others in the room. They were the ones who really knew of the battle, mainly because Yugao was the one to witness it. So, Kakashi had been fed that crap the civilian council had spread around. Kakashi, do you mind if I go for a smoke? Asuma asked as he nodded to the others that they would deal with it later. They nodded back as Shikaku and Yugao left in a plume of smoke. Asuma sighed as he sat back down. Kakashi finally, and painfully craned his neck over so he could look at them. I thought you were going for a smoke. And where are Shikaku and Yugao? Kakashi asked as Asuma shrugged nonchalantly. I decided against it since my friend's hurt, and I think those two needed to get work done, so they left as fast as they could. Asuma said as Kakashi nodded at the lies. After talking more for a few minutes, Kakashi had fallen asleep, and the others were talking amongst themselves. Shoo, Guy said as the door opened to reveal Sasuke. Sasuke took a quick glance around the room and frowned as he walked into it. Why is Kakashi asleep, and why is this room full of jonin? Sasuke asked, or rather demanded, as if he was entitled to the answers. Guy had to suppress his anger a bit as he answered the boy. Not much, really, Guy said unconvincingly as Sasuke only became enraged at the obvious lie. What are you doing? What in the world is going on here? Sasuke asked heatedly as they only avoided his gaze so they wouldn't be tempted to kill him. He was their new Hokage's friend, and so they would kill him just yet. Just then the door burst open and a random special jonin came into the room. Hey, is it true that Itachi has returned? And that he's come here to get Naruto-sama? Sasuke had completely missed this sama part as he was stuck on the fact his brother had been in the village and not dead at his feet. The jonin looked about, and his eyes laid on Sasuke. He froze at seeing the last Uchiha. Kurenai called him an idiot as Sasuke ran from the room and toward his brother. He'd kill Itachi this time, and that was a promise. Chapter 5. The True Training. And so this jutsu is to become intertwined and used to prepare for any fire-style jutsu that will be used in the future. Damn, that was long, Naruto said as he moved on to the next jutsu scroll. He read through a few of them and got a pretty good idea of how to do them. Plus, they were way shorter than that lame-ass fire scroll Jiraiya had given him. Pervy Sage is probably out doing Kemi knows what. Why'd he have to make me stay in the room? I still need help with advanced seals and formulas. Naruto said in annoyance at being treated like a child. He was Hokage now, which meant Jiraiya was now his subordinate and had to do what he said. But then again, he was the student and Jiraiya was the master. Master of ditching kids to go peek on girls. Damn pervert, Naruto yelled to himself as he continued to read and work with his scrolls. He knew he couldn't act this way when he was around people, or when being Hokage, but he was in a hotel room all alone, and Jiraiya had told that while on this search he was the student and Jiraiya was the sensei. With Hayashi, in Konoha. So you see, that is why I asked Naruto to marry you, Hinata. I believe him to be the best male for you, and so he is to be your husband when you turn 16 years old, the age of marriage. Besides, I don't want to give up my daughter to some pig for good clan alliances, and by marrying you to your true love, I'm being both a good father and clan head. Hayashi said to Hinata and Hanabi as they had been pestering him about it, mainly Hanabi. Thank you, father, but what of Hanabi? The clan elders will marry her off as well once they see that I'm with Naruto-kun, Hinata said in worry for her younger sister. Do not worry, my daughters, for I have a plan for this as well. When Hanabi reaches of age, Niji will become clan head, and she will marry Naruto as well. Since he has 2 clans to revive, he'll need all the help he can get. Besides, I'm sure he will come to love both of you as I had loved your mother when we were wedded, Hayashi said as his 2 daughters smiled and hugged him tightly. Then Hinata's eyes widened as she remembered what she and Ino had talked about earlier. Father, Ino Yamanaka wanted to be with Naruto-kun as well. If Naruto is truly from 2 clans as you say, then I think she and I can find more girls who I know will love Naruto-kun as much as I do. Do you think he'd mind us doing that, father? Hinata said as Hayashi thought about it for a moment. I'm sure Naruto wouldn't mind. He doesn't seem like that type of person, and from what he and I spoke about, I think he'd trust you and Ino-san's judgment on girls for potential wives. You and Hanabi better get going. There are a lot of girls I'm sure Naruto would be interested in, but only a few in the village which are right for him, Hayashi said with a chuckle as his daughters left. Naruto, you lucky bastard, Hayashi said as his clone came out of hiding and began doing paperwork again while he read Jiraiya's newest book. With Jiraiya peeking in a hot spring. The girls here are amazing. Achoo, Jiraiya said quietly with a perverted giggle and then sneezed softly for the fourth time today. Must be some hot young lady remembering the love of Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya shouted on accident as a bath stone crashed into his face. Get that pervert, a sexy young woman yelled as she covered herself. She and the 20 other women then proceeded to beat Jiraiya crapless as his screams were heard all over the town. With Naruto in the hotel room. Had that perv just got his ass pounded worse than Orochimaru. Naruto said as he laughed from hearing the girlish scream of his sensei. There was a knock at the door and Naruto answered it only to come face to face with Itachi and Kisame. I thought I told you to stay in the village, and why is he here? Naruto said with a frown on his face as Itachi bowed to him. He has very important information on Madara, Naruto-sama, so I thought it'd be best if you heard it right away. Itachi said as Naruto sighed and ushered them in. Fine, what cha got, Kisame-san? Naruto said as he sat on the bed and they pulled up chairs. Well, Naruto-sama, Madara Uchiha is the main reason for your parents not being around. He caused the Kyuubi to escape and then placed it under an extremely powerful Jinjutsu to do his bidding. Your father, the Yondaime Hokage, defeated him and made him retreat, thus breaking the Jinjutsu. The Kyuubi continued to attack and ended with it being sealed into you and both your parents dying to keep you safe. Kisame said as Naruto closed his eyes to hide his emotion. Does he have any other crimes to atone for? Naruto asked in monotone to further hide his emotion. Yes, Hokage-sama. In the past, he took control of the 4th Mizukage with his Sharingan. I was one of the very few who knew. I was to help him to bring an end to the world of lies. But all it did was make it a much large world indeed. Kisame finished sadly as Itachi picked up. He also helped train me to effectively kill the entire Uchiha clan, started the Mist Civil War, and is the true leader of Akatsuki. He's collecting the bijou so that he can have total control of the world by reflecting his Tsukuyomi off the moon. Itachi said as Naruto grew shocked at the information. He's a monster. Naruto growled out as Itachi and Kisame nodded. Itachi's head snapped toward the door as a frown appeared on his once emotionless face. Sasuke, Itachi and Naruto said as they then turned to one another. We'll talk about that later, but for now, excuse me, Naruto-sama. I need to drill something into my foolish little brother's head. Itachi said as he stood and bowed to Naruto before calmly walking out of the room and shutting the door behind him. Kisame and Naruto looked at the door as they heard the sounds of birds chirping, explosions, grunts, shouts of pain, Itachi talking, more shouts of pain, and then a duck. Yet that last one they had no clue what it was. Itachi came back into the room looking a little drained with a beaten and battered Sasuke over his shoulder. Sorry about that, Naruto-sama. Where were we? Itachi said as a knock came to the door. It was Mike Guy, and he looked a bit embarrassed as he looked up in shock to see Itachi there. He saw Sasuke over Itachi's shoulder and was about to attack until he heard Naruto. Guy, don't. They're my agents, and Sasuke kinda deserved the ass kicking from coming all the way here for something he couldn't achieve. Now take him back to the Konoha hospital. Be sure to get Kakashi there as well. Naruto said sternly as Guy came into the room and bowed to him. Speaking of Kakashi, Naruto-sama, there is something about him that concerns a few of us. Mainly myself, Shikaka-san, Asuma, Kurenai-san, and Yugao-san. He seems to believe that you will do a poor job as Hokage and are not fit for the position. He has also stated that Sasuke-san will do a better job at it because he is more talented than you. He also seems to believe it was Sasuke-san who defeated Gaara-san's Bijou, but the rest of us know it was you due to some of the ANBU who watched your battle. Guy said as Naruto looked a bit shocked. He had always thought Kakashi believed in him, if not just a little bit. Well, now he knew it always was about Sasuke. Thank you for that information, Guy. Now can you please do as I said before and repot this to the Shinobi Council? I'll be back as soon as I can, but I want them to use the route Umbu that Danzo selects for A rank and S rank missions. Tell them to redirect our ANBU to surveillance of the village. That is all. You may be on your way, Guy. Naruto said as Guy bowed once more and took Sasuke to the village. A Greek tactic. Use the real ANBU for a watchful eye on the village and used Danzo's route to complete hunter and information missions outside the village, therefore showing only half the strength of all the Umbu Corps. Ingenious, Naruto-sama. Itachi commented as Kisame nodded because Mist used to do the same tactic after the Civil War. Thank you, Itachi. Now what is the other reason you're here? I hardly believe that you'd waste time traveling here to tell me something that could have been said once I returned to the village. Naruto said as Itachi's eyebrow twitched for a second, showing his hidden surprise. Well, we did come here for that reason at first, but then, while at the edge of town, we noticed your increase in power, so we wanted to test it. Kisame said with a grin as Naruto smirked at him. Naruto stood up, and they followed his lead. Well then, I'll show you the power of the Hokage, Naruto said as they exited the room. They quickly made their way to an empty grass plain. Itachi activated his Sharingan, and Kisame took Sharkskin off his back as Naruto raised a brow. Starting things off serious, are we? What? Naruto said as he had planned on them underestimating him and his abilities. We sensed you power increase and the control you have over it. We're not good sensor ninja, but even we can tell that if we don't take this battle seriously, it'll be our last for a while. Itachi said as Kisame nodded with a huge grin. Enough talk, time to fight, Kisame said as he rushed Naruto. Naruto flipped back as he ran through hand signs. Lightning style, lightning dragon jutsu. A huge dragon made of lightning streaked out of his open palm, utterly decimating the spot Kisame was before he leapt high into the air. Itachi raced through hand signs at a blinding speed before inhaling deeply. Fire style, grand fireball jutsu. A giant fireball 5x the size the one Sasuke could make raced at Naruto as he barely dodged out of the way. The flames of the edge of the fireball caught his foot as he stumbled to the ground. He held his ankle and foot as he looked at Itachi, who pointed upward. Naruto cursed as he quickly bit his thumb and drew blood. He slammed his palm to the ground, and a seal matrix appeared where he did. Summoning jutsu. A large poof of smoke, large Kisame's sword slammed into the shield of Gamaken, the guardian toad. Gamaken pushed Kisame off his shield and high into the air as Naruto leapt up into the air after him. Gamaken then impaled Itachi with his Susumita. Itachi merely stood stock still and then busted into Crow, who flew after Naruto. Gamaken sighed as he dispelled from the battle. Where do you think you're going? Itachi said once the crows reformed into front of Naruto, who only smirked at seeing the 18-year-old Uchiha. Nowhere, because I was meant to hold you off, Naruto said as Itachi gave a raised brow. His eyes widened as he drew a kunai at Naruto, who was hit by it and dispelled into smoke, revealing him to be nothing but a clone. Itachi turned around to Kisame to see Naruto behind the shark-like man with his fist cocked back. Itachi, with the use of his Sharingan, noticed that Naruto had used Dancing Shadow Leaf to get behind Kisame, and that there was wind chakra infused within the punch that was about to be delivered. Kisame, watch out. Behind you, Itachi said as he flashed through hand signs. Kisame turned around, but it was too late as Naruto's fist impacted with Kisame's gut. Wind style, tornado fist, Naruto said as he twisted his fist into Kisame's gut and sent the man swirling toward the ground. Kisame flipped over when he was close to the ground and landed softly in a low crouch as he had went through 10 hand signs. Naruto's eyes widened as he could tell what was about to happen. Water style, great water bullet jutsu. Kisame then fired a large blast of water at Naruto, who was still high in the air as he looked down at the two with wide eyes. Seeing the large water jutsu heading towards him, Naruto did a single one-handed hand seal and brought his index and middle fingers to his lips while taking a deep breath. Fire style, fire stream jutsu. Naruto called out as he channeled more and more chakra into the jutsu, so it would overpower Kisame's water one. He saw that it wasn't working, so he used a bit of Kyuubi's chakra, and the flames of the jutsu turned white and red as he increased its power. Fire style, Dragon's Rage jutsu. Naruto's new jutsu completely bested Kisame's own as it dissolved the chakra-infused water and sped to the two Akatsuki members. Although as soon it did this, Itachi disappeared and reappeared above Naruto and brought a harsh kick down on top of his head, slamming him down into the ground. But when Itachi hit him, He quickly realized that the Naruto he hit wasn't the real Naruto, as when he hit him, Naruto turned into a wooden person, revealing that Naruto had replaced himself with a wood clone. But how? Itachi questioned as he started to look around for the real Naruto. Although before he could find him, he suddenly found thousands of water needles surrounding him, where he heard Naruto's voice cry out the name of the technique. Secret Ice Style Jutsu, 1,000 Needles of Death. Upon which the thousands of ice needles surrounded him, all closed him on around him and impaled him. But as soon as they did, Itachi reverted into crows, revealing that he himself was a crow clone. When Itachi reappeared beside, he suddenly turned around to find Naruto behind them with his hands in a clapped position. Kisame turned back, and they were both frozen to the spot as they saw Naruto form the one seal they only knew of one Kage ever doing. Water Style, Water Shockwave. After which water came from the air and formed a vortex around Naruto that overflowed from his position in the form of a crescent wave. Luckily though, for Kisame and Itachi, they were able to jump up into the air in time and avoid being drowned by the waves. Earth Style, Mud Wall, Itachi said as he spat up mud that formed a giant wall that he and Kisame rested upon. Itachi watched Naruto silently with his Sharingan spinning wildly as he gave the youth a small smile. Kisame, we must stop now. You know that only the Night Aim could use that jutsu, and there is no telling how many more powerful jutsu he's learned since we've never truly fought him before. He was even able to use all 5 elements in powerful jutsu and increase their power with his own chakra and kyubi. He has also shown jutsu which only the Shodai and Night Aim Hokage have ever been able to use, but they're not exactly to those levels yet. But I'm certain if we continue like this it'll come down to my Sharingan and your sword, which it shouldn't in a spar. Itachi said as he tried to memorize the jutsu with his Sharingan, but he noticed that he couldn't. He wondered why. Yeah, he's really a powerhouse, Itachi. He kept up with us at half power, and he may not be using all his power either. It's like fighting one of the Sannin, cause you never know how he'll change the tide of this fight. Kisame said as he ran through hand signs and made the water back into vapor. Itachi dispelled his mud wall as they walked up to a panting and sweating Naruto. You guys win. I'm beat. Those were all the jutsu I knew and I don't want to use my bloodline on you too. I want to test that on someone else. But don't worry, once Jiraiya-sensei really starts my training and I get the other jutsu I have in the scrolls, I'll be able to keep up with you too. So how'd I do? Naruto said as he fell to the ground and sat there. Itachi smiled at him while Kisame gaped like a fish. What? You mean we were about to give up, but he's not even in his training yet? Worst of all, he's 13. That means he's stronger than you were at that age, Itachi. We fought him at half power, and he's saying Jiraiya-sama hasn't even started his training yet. I can't wait until you're done with it. Kisame shouted in disbelief, but it quickly turned to excitement for the challenge of a powerful Naruto to battle with and against. Itachi only nodded his head as he too felt that surprise and excitement. He didn't like fighting for life or death, but sparring every now and then was relaxing and fun. Well then, I believe this will help you along the way, Itachi said as he reached into his robe and pulled out a small scroll. It read Jinjutsu on it, and he handed it to Naruto. Thanks, Itachi, it means a lot, Naruto said as he smiled up at Itachi. Kisame looked in thought and snapped his fingers as he pulled out and scroll and unrolled it. I was saving this in case I ever had an apprentice, but I'm sure you'll do me proud by wielding it instead, Hokage-sama, Kisame said as he placed his hand over the seal inside the scroll. A poof of smoke later revealed a regular katana with a simple crossguard, which is a simple open frame, much like a 4-pane window. It has a white-colored hilt and white sheath. I took this off a grass ANBU I killed once. I was never able to use it properly, but I feel as though you would. The ninja said it was called Senbenzakura and that it had a mysterious power that let it rival our blades of the 7 swordsmen of the Hidden Mist. That was all he told me before he died, but I'm sure you'll learn along the way, Hokage-sama, Kisame said as he handed the katana to Naruto, who was shocked. Thank Kisame. I use it and Itachi's jutsu with reserve and pride, Naruto said with a small bow of respect for the two. We must leave now, Hokage-sama. Pain is calling for all Akatsuki members, but we'll return as soon as we can. Come, Kisame. Itachi said in monotone as he and Kisame disappeared into blurs. Naruto simply shrugged and went back to the hotel room. He studied and tested more jutsu before going to sleep. When Jiraiya got there, he saw that Naruto was already asleep, so he simply shrugged and went to sleep as well. He'd start Naruto true training tomorrow. A week later, a lake outside of Tanzaka town. Naruto grunted as he was kicked in the torso and sent flying backwards. He flipped himself mid-air and landed on his feet while skidding across the water. In burst of speed, Naruto shot off towards Jiraiya, one hand going to his kunai/shuriken pouch, and the other began a series of one-handed seals. He threw several shuriken at Jiraiya before thrusting out his palm. Wind style, Southern Gust Jutsu. The shuriken, which had already been going forward at high speed, soon became a nothing more than streaks of silver as they head for Jiraiya. The Toad Sannin jumped out of the way, however Naruto knew his sensei would. Naruto put in a small, intense burst of highly concentrated chakra into his legs as he disappeared and reappeared right in front of Jiraiya. Shinobi Rule 7. Never let your guard down. Pervy sage? Naruto said cheekily with a smirk as Jiraiya's eyes widened a bit. Naruto aimed a punch at his sensei's stomach, which Jiraiya swatted away in the hopes of knocking Naruto off balance. Naruto went down and pushed himself into a handstand, launching a kick that managed to hit Jiraiya in the face and made the man stumble back. Pushing himself into a flip, Naruto went for an axe kick to Jiraiya's shoulder. Jiraiya put up both arms to guard and immediately regretted it, as he was forced to a knee by the power behind the kick. Damn brat, and his stupid chakra enhanced strength. He's almost like a mini Tsunade, but he's still a long ways to go in terms of chakra control and precision. Jiraiya thought as he grabbed Naruto's leg with both hands and was about to flip the boy over, but Naruto had other plans. Naruto used his other leg to jump up and over Jiraiya, using the man's grip to keep himself balanced, and launched a kick to the pervy sage's face. Jiraiya was forced to let go of Naruto's leg as he moved his head to the side and dodged the kick. He turned around and managed to kick Naruto in the chest on his way down. Naruto choked out salvia from the force of the kick, but grinned as he moved with the blow and began going into a series of backflips to gain some distance from the Toad Sage. Jiraiya took out a kunai and threw it at Naruto, going through a few hand seals. Ninja Art, Kunai Shadow Clone Jutsu. One kunai multiplied into 30 as they all headed straight for Naruto. Naruto just looked at them with the same grin as he began going through a few of his own hand signs before calling out his newest jutsu. Water Style, Water Wall. A large wall of water formed around Naruto, blocking the kunai, and once Naruto was sure the last of them hit his shield, he went through more hand signs and called out the name of another jutsu had learned earlier that day. Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu. The wall of water began to swirl around Naruto at high speed before taking the shape of an enormous water dragon with glowing yellow eyes. As soon as it did, Naruto created a shadow clone. The clone clapped its hands together as the water dragon launched itself towards Jiraiya. Wind Style, Gale Palm. The clone opened its hand toward Jiraiya as the man's eyes widened a bit, while wind shot a large blast of compressed wind out of its hands. Instead of Jiraiya, it went straight for the water dragon. That was when Jiraiya's eyes went really wide. The water dragon's power and speed were soon increased as the wind jutsu merged with it. It headed towards Jiraiya, with the Sannin cursing up a storm as he jumped out of the way and into the air, having to use chakra and his full leg strength. The water dragon's head slammed into the water with a loud crash. Water erupted everywhere, looking as if there was a large explosion. Using the distraction caused by his jutsu, Naruto threw a few shuriken and went through the hand signs Jiraiya had used earlier. Ninja Art, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The few shuriken became 30 as they headed for the still airborne Jiraiya. Noticing them, the Toad Sage went through his own hand seals to counter them. Ninja Art, Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's hair wrapped around his body and became hard as steel as it deflected the shuriken. Once the shuriken were all gone, Jiraiya whipped his still long hair around and called out another jutsu. Ninja Art, Hell Needles. Several hardened needles of hair launched at Naruto from Jiraiya's mane. Naruto took out two three-pronged kunai. Spinning them by the rings, he went into his taijutsu stance, the toad style, with both kunai held in a crossguard. Naruto and his clone's hands became blurs of motion as they deflected the Senbon-like hairs away from the real Naruto. When the Senbon hailstorm died down, Naruto looked around, not seeing Jiraiya anywhere. He frowned before closing his eyes, trying to sense out the man's chakra. Naruto could pick it up fairly easily, since it was the most powerful one there besides his own. He finally found the town madman. However, his eyes widened when he realized the man was right under him. His realization came too late as Jiraiya came out of the water and smashed a fist right into Naruto's chin. But before Naruto could fly too far, Jiraiya's hair wrapped around his body and hardened, immobilizing him. It was then Jiraiya felt cold metal on his neck and found the clone he'd forgotten about with a kunai to it. Jiraiya and the real Naruto had a silence and long stare down before they bursted into laughter as the eldest Sannin placed the youngest Kage down on the ground upright. Naruto went through several hand signs as he slowed his breathing to get his jutsu just right this time. Unlike the other days he had used it. Water style, water drainage, jutsu. All the water from the supposed lake was turned into air once again as Jiraiya slammed his hand to the ground. Earth style, leveling the plain, field, jutsu. The ground under their feet rose to the level of the surrounding area and Naruto did a single hand sign. Secret wood style jutsu, great forest creation. The barren land they were standing on began to blossom and sprout new life until it matched the very forest that surrounded it. Naruto slumped onto the ground as he rubbed the back of his neck. Geez, pervy sage, I know doing these are supposed to help, but don't Cha think I could rest today? I mean, we'll find her here, right? Naruto said as he started to feel the drain of the high-rank jutsu he had been using. Jiraiya shook his head with a grin as he looked down on his apprentice. No can do, Naruto. You may be Sannin class in all areas, but you need battle experience with your jutsu and taijutsu. Next spar will mix in Jinjutsu, Kenjutsu, and the techniques of the Shodai Hokage, alright? Now dispel the clones from the hotel room and see what they've accomplished in the last 5 hours. Jiraiya said as Naruto groaned, but did as his sensei instructed. His head reeled a bit at the sudden mass of information, and he shook his head to clear it. They've finally completed all the SEALs training from the SEALs scroll, and they've started on your personal SEALs scrolls. They mastered the element training for Earth and Wood style that we started 3 days ago, so all that's left for me to complete is Fire and Lightning since I did Wind and Water 5 days ago. The other clones have finished reading through the scrolls of the Night Aim and Shodai, so I'll be ready by tomorrow to see how those techniques work. Naruto said as Jiraiya nodded while looking deep in thought. Alright, then we'll start your training in medical ninjutsu today, and we'll have you start on your writings as well. Tomorrow we'll start on combining the elements you've learned now and go from there. Naruto, I realize that we've pushed your training to the max, but it's for your own good. The other Hokage specialized in only a few fields, and Minato had only learned a bit of each field, never truly diving into them, but learning the bare basics of each. You have a golden opportunity. You can dive head first into them all at once due to your large amount of chakra, picture perfect memorization, and your shadow clone jutsu. You've learned more in 2 weeks than other Kages have learned in 2 years. Jiraiya said as Naruto smiled up at him. I know, sensei, so what do we start now? Naruto asked as he and Jiraiya sat down. Well, for starters, we'll begin with 20 clones reading the medical ninjutsu scrolls Tsunade left in the Hokage's vault. Once they've mastered the basics, we'll create 20 more, and so on and so forth until they're done. I'll train 50 clones in advanced SEALs, and you'll do your writings personal. But for now, why don't you take a break and go into town? You've earned it. Jiraiya said as Naruto got up and hugged him. Thanks, pervy sage. I promise I'll master 100 jutsu tomorrow. Naruto said as Jiraiya chuckled while he got up himself. Sure, whatever, brat. Just be sure to create those clones. Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded and created 70 clones. Now remember, Naruto, you may not know anyone here, but word might have spread that you and I are traveling together. That can give you unwanted attention, so in your true form, instead of that transformation, alright. Jiraiya said as Naruto sighed deeply and formed a hand sign. Yes, sensei. Cut, Naruto said as he was shrouded by smoke. When the smoke cleared, the old Naruto was gone. In his place was a young man as tall as Rock Lee or Neji. He had long, spiky blonde and two bangs framing either side of his face. The reason for this is because he doesn't wear his headband anymore, and QB accelerated his growth spurt when training in his mind for 3 mental years. Also, the kid never heard of a haircut until after his 3-year trip with Jiraiya. So there you have it, folks. He possessed cerulean blue eyes that shined like a precious stone, but beneath that warmth and shine was cold and dark, to which proved he was a shinobi. He wore a long black robe shirt, black robe pants, and a white sash to hold them together, to which he tied in a loose knot in the front. Senbonzakura was in its sheath, held in place on his right hip by the sash. He liked to call his little wardrobe a shahakusho because, well, he just thought it sounded cool. Okay. He wore a long white haori with long sleeves over that. He also wore a white scarf around his neck to use as a makeshift mask. Just image Naruto as a really cool and really ungirly Byakuya with spiky blonde hair and blue eyes. That bad part about the scarf was that it was last second, and the only one they could find cost a fortune and then some. In fact, Konoha should be getting the bill for that right about now. He did charge it to the village after all, since it concerned the village. With the council. And so that ends the briefing of events. So now on to the village finances. Hamura said as the entire village council had been gathered for the first time since Naruto became Hokage, yet the civilian half of the council didn't know that. Hamura and the others of the shinobi half of the council were very happy at the moment. Naruto's blood clone had Shadow's clones working in the sealed office, and the village was working better than it had when the Yondaime was still alive and Hokage. The civilian council tried for grabs at power, but they were shut down when the ENBU commandeer told them he would kill them himself if they tried usurping power from the Hokage title. The council had many arguments about that, but Danzo had enough of the headaches from Sayuri Haruno and said he'd do it now if they didn't stop. Hamura, Koharu, Danzo, Shikaku, and Dragon, the ENBU commandeer, were the only ones permitted to enter the Hokage office to do work, when in actuality they were merely advising Naruto or reporting to him. All B-ranked or higher missions were given from Naruto, while the lower-ranked missions were given from Iruka and Shikaku. Everything else was handled by the Shinobi Council, until a proper Hokage was appointed to lead in these dire times of instability, as put by Danzo and Shikaku. Hamura sipped his morning coffee as he was handed the village financial report of the week. All right, let's have a look here. We have 25 new ninja sign-ups to the Roost, so that's $250 to us. We issued the help of Wave, and they're still repairing our village, so that'll be $200,000 each week they're here. We have more blacksmiths, metals, and other materials from Wave as well. Oh, look at what we have here. It seems that someone bought a cute little scarf on their search for Tsunade, and it only cost. What th hell? Hamura read, then shouted out as spit out his coffee when he came across a scarf which was the purchase of Naruto. How could one little scarf for a 13-year-old Hokage cost so much? What is it? Holy crap, look at all those zeros. Can the village even afford that? Koharu asked as she looked over the paper as well. They passed it down the shinobi side of the council, with each of them having a comment about the outrageous price. Hot damn, Dragon said as he passed it to Shikaku. Troublesome. What the fuck? Shikaku mumbled before he took a good look at the paper while passing it to Hayashi. Impossible. Even the Hyuga clan can't see that price on any scarf, Hayashi said while passing the paper to Choza and Inoichi. Wow, and I thought my clan's food bill was high, Choza said. How can this be? Inoichi asked quietly as he passed it to Asuma. I need to quit smoking to help pay for this, don't I? Asuma asked as the two elders nodded while he passed the paper to Tsum Inuzuka, who looked over it with Shibi Aburame. Holy shit, we're just going to kill the person who created that scarf, right? I mean, we can't pay this. Tsum said as the elders shook their heads. Shibi stayed quiet as he fell back, fainted. We can't. Don't you see the signature of the artisan who created the scarf? It was made by the master weaver, Suharuto Kurami III. The scarf is made from the silver white, windflower light silk and should be handed down from generation to generation as a family heirloom. The scarf alone is worth enough to buy 10 mansions anywhere in the world, and then some. If we kill that man, then there will be hell to pay from his loyal and extremely rich clients. Danzo said as he looked at the paper and handed it back to Hamura. Hey, how come we didn't get to see the paper? Sayuri Haruno screeched as the others recoiled from her voice. Because that paper directly concerns the shinobi half of the village, unless you civilians want to pay for it with your funds and paychecks. Hayashi said as Danzo gave the civilians a stone stare. They quickly shook their heads and moved on to other business. But Sayuri had a question that bugged her, and she, like the civilian fool she was in a ninja world, voiced her thoughts. Why is it only you five are permitted to enter the Hokage office? We're just as important as you, so why can't we? There is no Hokage, so we should be able to take the office as a command station for the village, or give it to Uchiha-sama, so he can become the next Hokage. Sayuri said as the shinobi scoffed at her. Hayashi decided to answer her ridiculous questions so they could move on to more important things. 1. They are the village elders, the Jonin Commandeer, Shikaku, and the Anbu Commandeer, Dragon. They have the purview to be in that office, and no one else except clan heads of ninja clans can do the same. 2. You're a fool to believe that they would be in that office unattended. He's talking about Naruto's clone. 3. It is the command station of the Hokage and no one else. 4. The Uchiha, as I've been told by my clansmen, is a spoiled brat who broods all day or lusts after power and would never make it to Jonin, let alone Hokage, so long as we clans have a say in that. Hayashi said with a glare as the civilians shrunk back, but Sayuri was unfazed by it. Look, White-Eye, I don't know who you think dash. You should be quiet, Haruno-san, as insulting a clan head is an offense punishable by that clan head, and I'm sure Hyuga-sama would gladly chose dead for you. Shibi said as Hayashi smirked. You were saying, Haruno-san? Hayashi said as Sayuri paled and stayed quiet. With Naruto. He walked through the streets of Tanzaka town. He was sure that his council was far too shocked right now to be pissed at him, so he'd think of a good story to tell them before he returned. He had received many memories from the clones in his office, but they seemed to have everything under control, so he just let them go with the flow. Naruto looked up and realized 3 things. 1. He was at the outside wall of Tanzaka town's castle, which was in the center of the city. 2. The castle wasn't there anymore. And 3. Now that he had sensing abilities from his mental training with Kyuubi, he could easily identify Orochimaru's chakra. It was like a thick smoke the way his evil and dark chakra was permeable in the air. He sensed 3 others, but he couldn't identify them, although one felt familiar as if he had been around it before. He decided to check it out. The last time Orochimaru was around Sasuke ended up with his snake emo mark that only made him far more of an emo avenger. He quickly took to the shadows of the castle as he suppressed his chakra to the lowest he could. He peeked out from shadows over the mysterious chakras that he sensed earlier and found 4 people standing on the street just below. They were Orochimaru, Tsunade, and 2 others. The first surprised him because it was Kabuto, but then he remembered Kabuto's fishy attitude at the Chunin exam. I guess that explains it. It also explains why he showed so much interest in Sasuke and me. Naruto thought as he set his gaze on the other unknown. The only reason he knew Tsunade was the blonde one was because her chakra levels were equal, if not stronger, than that of Orochimaru. It seemed she was flexing her chakra, probably to show Orochimaru she was still as powerful as she in her youth. He knew that form she took was a genjutsu, because Jiraiya told him on the way to town. So that must be the assistant Shizune that pervy sage was talking about. She really does have a great pair of pure thoughts, pure thoughts. The world doesn't need another pervert. Naruto thought as he looked at Shizune and shook his head of his thoughts quickly. It's been quite a long time, hasn't it, Orochimaru? Tsunade said in a somewhat civil tone. Orochimaru chuckled as he looked at his former teammate. Naruto sighed at him, getting there at the beginning. Yes, it has. I've actually come to ask you for a favor. My arms, would you cure them for me? He asked as he lifted his useless arms to show her the bandages on them. Naruto gazed at the bandaged arms in deep thought, but kept his ears open to their talk since his senses were increased by Kyuubi's training. He wondered what the old man had done to the snake. All he knew was that the old man really fucked Orochimaru up, but with what kind of jutsu? It must have been the old man's undoing. What kind of mess have you gotten yourself into now, Orochimaru? Tsunade asked as she narrowed her vision on his arms. Nothing too big, just out killing the third Hokage and fourth Kazekage. Orochimaru commented nonchalantly with a shrug as the two medics' eyes widened, but Tsunade's soon narrowed again. So, you killed Sarutobi-sensei, and all it cost you was your arms? I would have thought, even in his decrepit old age, he'd have detached your head from those shoulders of yours ages ago. Tsunade said nonchalantly with a slight shrug as Orochimaru's face flashed anger, but was quickly replaced with his mask of kindness and friendship. So, will you do it? Kabuto asked as he could tell she was trying to change the subject while analyzing them. Tsunade shrugged again as Shizune narrowed her eyes to them. Naruto almost couldn't suppress the urge to kill Orochimaru, but he knew even Shizune and Kabuto could beat him as of now, even with his training. He just needed some more sparring experience with Jiraiya before he could take on Kabuto. Then he could use that power, and the first step in his plan could begin. Let's go, Kabuto, Orochimaru said with a dark chuckle as he and Kabuto left in a blur. Damn it, he missed most of their conversation when he was thinking of his plan. Oh well, he knew enough to tell Jiraiya. Lady Tsunade, Shizune said as she came to the aid of her sensei. Let's just go get a drink, Shizune, Tsunade said as they walked off. Naruto jumped down from his position in the castle shadows and watched them go. When he was sure they were gone, he blurred from vision, intent on telling Jiraiya everything he knew so they could make a plan. A/N. Yeah, I know. I'm speeding things up to be done with this arc and on to the next one, which will be the Kage's mission arc, remember that. With Hinata, she, Ino, and her younger sister Hanabi could only find one other girl in the village Hinata's age that they knew could love Naruto the way Hinata did. So they were right in front of her right now. So let me get this straight. Naruto is from two clans and needs girls who will love him for him, so he can revive them, Tintin said as they were seated on a bench outside the dango stand. Hinata, Hanabi, and Ino nodded as Tintin looked and thought over it. On one side, she'd have to give up her independent woman life and marry a guy with at least 3 other girls. On the other side, she'd gain the love of someone she knew wouldn't stand for anything less than the best for her and the other girls. After all, Naruto did beat the crap out of Neji just over what her teammate had said about Hinata, and the extra ass-kicking was a taste of what he did to Hinata. Okay, wait. What about Neji, and what about that Uchiha kid reviving his clan? Tintin asked as Hinata looked and thought, and Ino scoffed. Please, let me tell you, Sasuke Uchiha is not going to revive his clan. He's got both a superiority and inferiority complex. He'd never acknowledge when someone is stronger than him, but the guy obsesses when he thinks someone is stronger than him. Also, for his entire life, despite being popular with girls, Sasuke has shown absolutely no interest in any of us, all due to his all-consuming desire for revenge and power. I know what he wants to do. He wants to kill his brother, because his brother went psychotic and murdered his entire clan. He should thank Kemi-sama that the crazy decided to spare him. Trust me, the guy's gonna die before he even hears what sex is. As for your Neji, give up on him. He seems like the type that if he was interested he'd have shown it to you, in all his previous arrogance. Ino said brashly, but nonetheless they knew she was right. It was then Hanabi had a question. What's sex? Hanabi asked as the other 3 girls had their own reactions to the question. Hinata's face went red and she fainted as she thought of her and her Naruto-kun doing those types of activities. Tintin blushed and started stuttering out nonsense to which no one understood. Ino though grinned as she wrapped an arm around Hanabi's shoulder and guided the younger girl down the street as they walked. She always loved giving these kinds of talks to the younger female population. Do I have a talk for you? I'm going to tell you all about the wonders of being a woman and kunoichi, but first let's go find that other girl your age. Her name was Moegi, I think, Ino said as they walked down the street. Hanabi didn't understand, but she felt nervous about what she and Moegi were about to hear. Maybe it was just excitement, maybe. With Naruto and Jiraiya, later on in their hotel room. Naruto was back in his sealed form, as he liked to call it. He had just finished telling Jiraiya everything he knew about earlier, and Jiraiya looked very serious. All right, Naruto, thanks for telling me that. Now I know to stay on guard around Tsunade, Jiraiya said with a frown as Naruto looked up at him curiously. What do you mean, pervy sage? Naruto asked as he couldn't think of a reason to be on guard around her. Orochimaru most likely came with an offer she'd be hard-pressed to refuse. If so, and if we encounter her like we must, she'll try any trick to keep me out of the game. Knowing Orochimaru like I do, he probably promised to bring Dan and Nawaki back to life with the use of that jutsu the Night Aim created. I'm just not sure what she'll do in the end, but I'll be on guard at all times. Jiraiya said as Naruto started going through scrolls. Naruto eventually found a scroll which had the kanji for second on it. He started reading through them until he got to one of the only ones he hadn't practiced yet. Jutsu name, Summoning Jutsu, Reanimation. Rank, S rank. Class, Supplementary. This jutsu is used to revive the dead to serve in battle as the jutsu caster sees fit. To perform this technique, the user must first acquire some of the DNA of the person they intend to revive. Side note, this basically amounts to grave robbing, although blood stains or organs salvaged after the target's death also work. The soul of the intended revived must also reside in the pure world. Those whose soul has been consumed by the death god, for example, cannot be resurrected. Next, a living sacrifice is required for the soul of the resurrected to use as a vessel. Once all prerequisites for the technique have been met, the physical remains acquired are smeared on a special scroll, and once the scroll is activated, the remains spread out in the form of a special symbol with the living sacrifice in the center of the symbol. Then dust and ash encases the sacrifice's body, giving them the same appearance that the revived had at the time of their death. The chosen person is then revived, and the end product is usually stored in a casket until summoned by the user. Side note, the user can theoretically revive a limitless number of people in this way, so long as they have enough sacrifices, chakra, and DNA to perform the technique. Although it goes against morals to do this to the dead, it is needed to show the strength of Konoha. To those who have been brought back by this technique, may you find peace in your return to Kami's places. Hand seals, tiger, snake, dog, dragon, clap hands. The sequence of hand seals for canceling the technique are dog, horse, tiger, and saying kai, or release. Side notes countering measures. 1. The revived individual is affected in some emotional way that gives them closure. 2. Sealing away the souls. 3. Lightning chakra to disrupt the earth chakra used to summon. Although this only works in immobilizing the revived and not a full countermeasure. It was this Naruto and Jiraiya read as more insight to the technique. Jiraiya knew Naruto had gotten this scroll and many of the other scrolls from the Hokage's vault in Naruto's office. The personal ones of Minato and Kushina were in the blood vault behind Minato's picture in the Hokage office. They had gotten the few others from the Shinobi library before going to the main gate back when they were in the village. So that's the thing he used to bring back the Shodai and Night Aim. Naruto said as he frowned deeply at the technique. It left so much to be desired. Yeah, and Sarutobi-sensei used Minato's Reaper Death Seal Jutsu to seal Orochimaru's arms from what I read in the report the ANBU gave you. It seems that all 4 of the previous Hokage are unreachable now, Jiraiya said as he gazed at Naruto through the corner of his eye. Naruto had a feral grin on his face as he continued to look through the technique. Maybe not. Just maybe, Naruto said quietly with a smirk in his voice as Jiraiya facepalmed himself. Great. He gave the brat an idea, and knowing the kid he'd run with it until it was complete or he died trying. So anyway, Orochimaru would claim to have that power, but as you've read it forces the revived to obey the user. Knowing him, he'd have Tsunade heal his arms and then kill her with them, and then be at full power to destroy Konoha. Except this time around the only ones to stop him would be me and Kakashi together, and even then he'll have reinforcements at his beck and call. Jiraiya said as he rubbed his temples from all the problems and situations that were running through his mind just thinking about it. And this is exactly why I didn't want to go hunting him down. The only person that would have a true chance of taking him down at the moment are the other 2 Sannin, you and Tsunade. Plus, from what I read on the battle reports, he has his own hidden village at his command, so waging war against him now would be stupid, Naruto said as he sat on the floor of their hotel room. Don't forget Orochimaru isn't stupid. He knows that if he attacked us now, he'd be put down hard. He learned that the village is still as strong as it was when he left, and he knows that almost all of his forces were killed along with the Sans ninja, though they had far less dead. The point is that he won't attack us for a while. Hell, from what I know of that sealing jutsu sensei, it can't be healed by anything. Unless he perfected that jutsu. Jiraiya said in a serious tone without any worry in his voice, yet muttered the last part to himself. Naruto heard him anyway, but decided to leave it alone for now. Okay, so what do we do now, pervy sage? Naruto asked as Jiraiya shrugged. You said Tsunade was heading for a drink, right? Well then I know just where to find her. Jiraiya replied as Naruto nodded, created clones, and started studying the Hokage scrolls more so than before. He and Jiraiya both knew that this won't be over without a fight. They just hoped they'd be the ones to come out on top. With Sasuke in his mind. Sasuke was mad, depressed, and a bit happy all at once. He was mad because no matter what he did, he felt that Naruto was passing him by. He was depressed because his brother Itachi had made him relive that night just as he did before. Although he was still happy to be away from fangirls and Sakura. He wasn't mad at her or anything, but the girl was depressed to cheer him up for some reason. He didn't need cheering up, he needed his friends to just be that, his friends. If Naruto was around, he'd understand that. But yet, Naruto wasn't around. Ever since that day when Asuma showed up with Kakashi, he hadn't seen Naruto at all really. Yes, he tried to follow Naruto, but that ended with Hayashi taking Naruto inside. He was so angry right now that his friends weren't there for what he needed, a person to tell him that he wasn't alone. Naruto had done that. Sakura at least tried, but what he really wanted was someone who would believe in him no matter what, and for just that. That why, deep in a part of him that no one knew existed, he was jealous of Naruto. Naruto had everything he wanted. Iruka, the old guy at the ramen shop, and those 3 kids, they all believed in him simply because he was determined and a hard worker. He had all that, but people only believed in him because of his name, so the civilians thought he was supposed to be naturally strong. They praised him like he was a god or something, but all he wanted was someone to believe in him simply because he'd fight for what he believed in. He wanted people like the 3rd Hokage had been for him. He wanted people he could love like family. Maybe someday he'd get that. Chapter 6, Tavern Hazard. So she's in there? Naruto asked as they had came out into town at night and walked to the best tavern in town. Jiraiya nodded as he walked in, but soon saw that Naruto wasn't following. He came back out and found Naruto just standing there squinting his eyes at the bright flashing sign, as if having a staring contest with it. Kid, are you coming in or what? Jiraiya asked as Naruto turned to look to him while still in sealed form. More like runt form to me. Jiraiya mused in his mind as Naruto was giving him the look. I'm underaged. I can't go in there. Naruto exclaimed as Jiraiya sighed at the loudness of the boy's voice. Look, you're a ninja, so old enough to kill means you're old enough to drink, have sex, and gamble. Right. Jiraiya said with charisma as he wrapped an arm around Naruto's shoulders so Naruto wouldn't try to turn back as he pulled the boy into the bar. Naruto grumbled under his breath, like a child, but allowed himself to be brought in all the same. He was curious to why people would even go to taverns, but he'd never voice his curiosity. He and Jiraiya looked around for Tsunade and found her immediately. There she is, but we're not going to go over there just yet. We'll do so after about 10 minutes. That way she can get even drunker and we have a better chance. Jiraiya said as Naruto looked at him with a raised brow. Okay, Naruto said slowly as they got a table near Tsunade and Shizune so they could listen in on them. Lady Tsunade, Shizune said quietly after about 10 more minutes of watching her master drink herself under. It was then Jiraiya sent Naruto a look as he turned around to face Tsunade and Shizune. Tsunade, Jiraiya exclaimed as Shizune jumped a bit and Tsunade looked over at him. Jiraiya, Tsunade said with a drunken hiccup as she squinted to see him properly from her blurring vision. Finally, we've been looking for you all over the place. Jiraiya said in an exasperated voice that Naruto knew wasn't faked much. They had been looking through every tavern until that one where he and Jiraiya had sensed her. They grabbed their plates and moved into the empty side of the booth, while Tsunade was too drunk to argue. Naruto could feel her subtly using her chakra to burn away the liquor in her body. He was sure Jiraiya could sense it because the Toad Man's eyes narrowed when she had started to. That meant the plan was out the window then. So what are you here for, Jiraiya? I'm sure Orochimaru would be delighted to have a reunion since he's here too. Tsunade said as she stopped her prohibition jutsu. She knew if she used any more chakra, then she was sure even Jiraiya would sense it. So, she wasn't able to burn away any more than half the alcohol in her body. But even still, that was more than enough to keep her happily drunk. I figured as much. Listen, Tsunade, we need you to come back to the Konoha in order to heal a few people from mental trauma placed on them by a Jinjutsu. So what do you say? Jiraiya asked with a cheesy smile as he and Tsunade began playing cards like they usually did when they came across each other. Humph, I decline. Tsunade said curtly as Jiraiya sighed. Well, at least they weren't trying to make her into Hokage. Now that would have been an ordeal. Look, Tsunade, it's Kaka dash, Jiraiya started, but Tsunade interrupted when she cut her eyes to Naruto, who was staring at her intently. Shizune narrowed her eyes at him. He was hiding his power well, but she and her lady could sense it. Who's the brat you got with you? Tsunade asked as Naruto grew annoyed with the woman already. Hey, who do you think you're talking about? You ancient old prune. Naruto snapped back to her, standing up just as Jiraiya grew a smirk and sat him back down. This is Naruto Uzumaki, Jiraiya said as he deliberately spaced the name out for dramatic effect. It worked as Tsunade and Shizune's eyes widened as they gazed at Naruto, who wore an annoyed expression. Shizune was shocked because of the QB, but Tsunade was shocked on a full other level as she knew just about all the boys' family, mainly because it was intertwined with her own on both sides of her family. So this is the famous brat I've heard so much about in the last week. So you took down a prodigy of the Hyuga, huh? Well, it seems those tales were exaggerated. This apprentice isn't at all like your last one, Jiraiya. Just look at him. He's a fool, with a big mouth, and he's funny looking too. Tsunade said as she smirked when she saw him get annoyed even more by her. Oh yeah? Naruto snapped back at her as he finished his food. Getting angry wouldn't help their situation. They needed her to come back to the village. Well, I'll have to disagree with you there, Tsunade. He's already got the makings of Hokage. He only needs more training, and that can be done before we get back to the village. Jiraiya said as Tsunade eyed Naruto even more after that clearly cryptic statement. What? Were they there to make her Hokage before this brat, because he wasn't strong enough? So you want him to be a fool like the others, huh? Risking his life to protect the village? That's so foolish, just like Sarutobi-sensei. He should have known better. What did he expect, trying to be a hero at his age? Tsunade said as Jiraiya frowned at her with a stone face and Naruto clenched his fists under the table. He needed to keep his cool. Think calming thoughts. A fool. So foolish. Those sound like great lines to use in battle or life. Naruto thought as he calmed down a bit. Playing at Hokage? Count me out, it's a fool's game. Tsunade said nonchalantly as the other two adults watched her closely. That was when all his calm and cool got its ass kicked out the window when he flew up to stand at the top of the table. Calm and cool my ass. She just insult my idols, my family, and me, all at once. Naruto thought as he rushed her, but Jiraiya calmly reached out and grabbed Naruto before he got to her. Though she'd never admit it, Tsunade was actually a bit afraid of what he might have done had Jiraiya not. The boy was leaking only a bit of killer intent, but it was concentrated, pure, and full of anger. What would happen had he mixed hate and made it stronger? She was a bit unnerved to find out. Let go of me, Naruto said as he tried to wiggle free of Jiraiya's grip. Stop. Calm down. People are looking. You're making a scene, Jiraiya said as if rehearsed while he rolled his eyes. He was more worried about his cards than the fact Naruto was causing a scene. Naruto could probably fight Tsunade, but that was going to be a short fight once she decked the brat once. Let me go? I'm not going to just sit here while she makes a joke out of the old man and the others. No way. I don't care if she is a lady. I'll wipe that cynical sneer off her fake face, Naruto said as Tsunade narrowed her eyes at him. She could practically feel the chakra building inside of him. Tsunade hopped out of her seat and got eye level with Naruto as they glared at each other. Are you challenging me, brat? You've got balls if nothing else. Let's take this outside then, Tsunade said as Shizune groaned and protested against it. Naruto only growled at her. She was going down hard. Tsunade, you may want to rethink that. He's not your average brat. He's the dash, Jiraiya started but was cut off again by Tsunade. She never listened to any of his good advice. Quiet, Jiraiya. I'll show this brat why I'm one of the Sannin, she said as she and Naruto walked outside. Jiraiya only sighed as he followed after her with Shizune and Taunton close behind. Me, one of the legendary Sannin, taking on a lowly, snot-nosed genin? I should be ashamed of myself. Tsunade said as Naruto looked confused for a bit and then remembered what form he was in. He smirked at her, and Jiraiya knew there'd be trouble from that smirk. Who you calling lowly? Naruto said as he flexed his hands while Tsunade raised her right index finger. See this? It's all I'll need to deal with you, Tsunade said smugly as Jiraiya sighed again. Oh, stop trying to show off. Look, Tsunade, maybe you'd want to take this seriously. He's the dash, Jiraiya was saying, only to be cut off with an irate look from Tsunade. Be quiet, you perverted toad. It's all I'll need to take this brat down for a nap. Don't make me punch you again like last time, Tsunade yelled out as Jiraiya flinched and did a mock surrender. Jiraiya's eyes flinched to Naruto as he saw the boy about to go through hand signs in a flash. Jiraiya had spent quite some time with Naruto now, so he knew Naruto's tell for when the boy was going to go through ninjutsu. Naruto would flex his hands so they were loose, and then he'd drop his arms to his sides so he could think about just what jutsu he wanted to use. Fine, but don't say I didn't try to warn you. Naruto, go wild, but only with the basics. I don't have the cash on me to pay for a ruined street or town, so try out something we haven't practiced as of late, Jiraiya said lazily as Naruto grinned widely after hearing that. Shizune was worried by that grin and Jiraiya's apparent confidence in the kid. What kind of basics could make them so confident? Shizune questioned in her mind as she gazed at Naruto and Jiraiya. It was almost as if Jiraiya was confident in the boy, but Naruto was his name, was going against Tsunade, Jiraiya's own old teammate. So why was Jiraiya so laid back about it? So what's the bet, Granny? Naruto said with mirth as he knew she was a betting lady. Tsunade quickly grew more annoyed with the brat. First of all, don't call me Granny. Secondly, the bet is that I can take you down with just this finger. If by some miracle you win, I'll give you my necklace, Tsunade said with a smirk on her face as she knew she couldn't lose to some wet behind-the-ear genin. Shizune's eyes widened upon hearing that, but she was forced to shut up as Tsunade gave her a hard glare. Jiraiya sighed as he wasn't in a position to tell Tsunade's life story, mainly because he hadn't seen his old teammate in years. He'd just stand to the side and see what happens, and then he'd decide. Fine by me. Shall we begin? Naruto said with a smirk as he stood straight up while Tsunade settled into a stance. Naruto raised his left hand to the sky as a single cherry blossom petal fell to it. The petal glowed as it transformed into a katana that was Senbonzakura. He unsheathed it and threw the sheath to the side, where it turned to cherry blossom petal that blew away in the wind. He held the blade at a diagonal to his face as Tsunade shifted in her stance. A sword. This brat doesn't look like the type, but he seems to hold it with a bit of grace and power, not to a Kenjutsu master's extent, but still with some practiced ease. Probably only a month or two of training with it. So Jiraiya's got other skills to pass on, Tsunade thought as she took a stance. Maybe that one-finger thing wasn't such a good idea now. Nah, she could still whip this brat into submission. Naruto sped towards Tsunade, with the slug princess's eyes widening at the incredible speed. The boy was obviously using chakra, but still that speed for a genin was impressive. He already had his sword in mid-swing too. Shizune was screaming for Tsunade to move. Jiraiya was telling Naruto not to strike her down, and the pig was squealing out in horror at seeing her owner about to die. She ducked and dodged many of his swings, but then started striking out herself, trying to flick him or tap him. She finally ducked under a swing and flicked him on his forehead, sending him sailing through the air with his headband dissipating. Naruto backflipped to ready himself as his feet hit the ground. He continued to backflip until he was back at his original starting point. He clutched his forehead and realized that she had used chakra in her strength, but not only that. She had used medical ninjutsu to try and disturb his brainwave flow, so he couldn't do his techniques or movements properly. So, she is some kind of legendary medic. To have done all that in one tiny flick. I haven't even got to disrupting movement function yet. But thank Kami-sama, I did skip to dispelling it. Naruto thought as he smirked while placing a hand over his forehead, using medical ninjutsu basics to get his brain back to normal. He couldn't do it all the way, but he could at least move easier. An idea hit him as he saw the moonlight reflect off his katana. Tsunade watched him closely with narrowed eyes. What the hell is that brat still doing conscious? A genin like him should have been out for the count after I disrupted his brain functions with lightning chakra. I wonder, is it the fox's doing? Tsunade thought as she watched Naruto ready himself for round 2. That was fun, but let's try this. I've been wanting to test out my sword's abilities for a little while now. You see, it has a mind of its own, and it wants to take you down. Naruto said with a grin as he held the katana in front of his face in a vertical parallel to himself. Scatter, Senbonzakura, Naruto said in perfect monotone as his sword began to separate into 1,000 slender, tiny petals, which then flew away from the hilt, leaving only the sword's handle in Naruto's hand. Tsunade watched as the petals flew around her or dropped from the sky, glowing in the moonlight like a beautiful romance scene. Jiraiya had taken out his notebook and was hastily writing the scene down to use in his next novel. Tsunade was about to laugh out loud at the stupidity of the technique, but then a petal grazed her cheek. She brushed it off, but looked down at her hand in shock and horror as she used her other hand to hold her cheek. She saw one thing in her hand as she dropped to her knees and began to hyperventilate. Blood, Tsunade whispered out as she shook violently, while Shizun rushed to her side. Tsunade-sama, Shizun said as the petals flew toward Naruto and transformed back into his sword before bursting into petals and disappearing altogether. It seems this battle was a waste, and I really wanted to get some true experience in with this fight. I guess the good I've heard about you was nothing more than simple words. Naruto said disapprovingly as he walked away, toward the inn he and Jiraiya were staying in. He really wanted to test himself against one of the Sannin too. Jiraiya sighed as he glanced at Tsunade's shaking form being cared to by Shizun, before sighing and following after Naruto. Just great. Knowing Tsunade, she'll probably take this out of control and challenge the kid without having to fight him again. And that's exactly how we'll get her. Heh, Jiraiya, you madman you. Jiraiya thought to himself, but grinned as a plan formulated in his devious mind. Hey Naruto, I'm going to stay out late tonight, so be sure to read those scrolls before going to bed and practice. Jiraiya yelled out as Naruto waved back his hand to show he heard. Jiraiya grinned even more as he headed to the bar. He just knew Tsunade would be at later. What better way to get over your loss to a brat like Naruto than to drink yourself under the table? Later, with Naruto. He and his clones had finally finished reading and memorizing the scrolls of the first and second Hokages. Now all that was left was to read the advanced sealing scrolls Jiraiya had personal written. There was a knock at his door, and when he opened the door there stood Shizun with textbooks and scrolls in her hands as she gazed at him, nervous as always. Hey, Shizun, what are you doing here? Naruto asked as he already had a pretty good idea. He allowed her in, and she settled in at the desk he wasn't using. Well, Jiraiya-sama went out drinking with Tsunade-sama, so I thought I'd keep you company. Shizun said as she opened her medical textbook. Naruto raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. You're studying too? Naruto asked as he went back to his spot, where his clones had dispelled right before he went to answer the door, and began reading the sealing scroll again. Shizun nodded as she looked at him with a genuine smile. Yeah, even when you're in higher ranks it never hurts to know more. There are some things about the human body that I have yet to learn, especially in regards with how to heal it. Tsunade-sama has taught me all she can, but I still want to go farther than that. Shizun said in confidence as Naruto smiled back at her and set aside his sealing scroll. Well, let's help each other out a bit. You help me with medical ninjutsu, and maybe I can help you find new healing techniques, because I've been thinking of creating other techniques that aren't like any jutsu in the world. Naruto said to Shizun, but the last part to himself as he was still thinking on it. Shizun smiled and nodded happily at the fact she now had her own, informal, student to pass her knowledge on to. She could just die of excitement at the thought of being called Shizun-sensei. All right, but that could take years, and I'm not sure you're ready for that kind of commitment, Shizun said, But her jaw dropped as 20 more Naruto filled the room with smirks on their faces as the original had his hands in a cross seal. I think I'm more than ready. Don't you? Naruto, the real one, said with the biggest smirk of them all. Shizune blushed a bit, but then got an evil gleam in her eye as she looked at all the Naruto. Well, that just means no going easy then. If you can do what I think you can, then you'll master the bare basics before midnight. I can't wait. We'll be at Tsunade-sama's level before no time. Just how many can you create at a time anyway? Shizune said in excitement, but then asked with a grin on her face that made their spines chill. About 200 at one time. What? Naruto said a bit nervously as Shizune's grin grew. Because that's just perfect, Shizune said in a sweet, yet cold voice. She cackled evilly as she began his tort. She meant training. Naruto was starting to feel like he may not have made the best decision, and with Kyuubi-sensei snickering in his mind, he knew he'd be in a world of pain. Chapter 7. Off the Beaten Path. A week later, morning, with Naruto and Shizune. Morning came very quickly for the blonde Hokage, since he hadn't gone to bed at all last night. Shizune was sound asleep on his bed, again, as he was still up with his clones reading through her books and scrolls. He found it a little odd that the pervy sage hadn't returned last night from his 5th night out drinking with Tsunade, but then again, that was nothing new. The only reason he was more concerned than normal was because of the possible events that may unfold later that day. He knew Orochimaru had probably given her a week to decide, so he'd be ready today. Determined to be ready for anything, he closed his book and gathered his supplies and set them out to make sure everything was accounted for. Kunai, shuriken, senbonzakura, healing ointments made last night with Shizune. Everything he needed was checked off his list as he went through his assortment of tools. He sealed everything back up and put the scroll with his extra things in his kunai pouch, stopping to debate once as he touched the seal on the left hip of his pants. On one hand, it was a very powerful weapon that could help tip the scale in a fight. On the other hand, though, if it was taken from him, it could make someone else a lot more powerful than they needed to be at the moment. He resigned to have Kyuubi tie his soul to the blade. After all, only he was supposed to use it, right? Hey Kyuubi, Naruto thought as he was sure Kyuubi could hear his thoughts. What the hell do you want, brat? I'm trying to get my morning nap in. Kyuubi's gruff and plainly male voice came to his thoughts as he frowned. Just great. Instead of the sexy, ready to do anything for him Q-chan he had hoped to get, he got the hard-nosed, hard-ass military commander he didn't want at all. Hey you maggot-ass brat. I can hear every damn thing you think. Now think your business before I really do turn into a mindless beast like those villagers of yours think I am and turn your little blonde ass into a chew toy for my future kits. Kyuubi said. And that's Kyuubi-sensei to you while I'm in this form. Or did you forget what the punishment was? Kyuubi-sensei. Kyuubi-sensei said gruffly as he growled in Naruto's thoughts. I just want to know if you can make senbonzakura and me tied so no one can steal him. Naruto exclaimed in complete and utter fear of that punishment again. Kyuubi-sensei smirked a foxy smirk as he mentally cracked his knuckles. No problem, my small, and still regrettably virgin, jailer. It's done. Kyuubi-sensei said in a slick and sly voice as he snapped his fingers. What? That's it? Naruto asked as he could mentally feel Kyuubi-sensei frown a bit. Yes. Or did you expect some age-old ritual and a sealing circle which you might not survive? Bitch, please. Tying the human soul to an object is easier to me than killing small woodland critters. If you wanted to do it with another human, that would only be a clap of the hands. Kyuubi-sensei said with a yawn at the end. Hey, why haven't I been training with you anymore? I mean, I just sort of forgot about that method until now. I mean, not that shadow clones aren't cool, but why not just read these scrolls and train with you for 3 years and a few hours? Naruto asked as Kyuubi-sensei mentally rolled his eyes. Because brat, that was a one-time deal. I slowed your mind longer than it can ever hold again. If I did it again, you'd be a vegetable because of the deep-seated slowed functions that I'd have to stop, like motor skills and such. Kyuubi-sensei said lazily as Naruto still had one more question. If you can tie a soul to an object that quick, then what about immortality? Naruto asked as Kyuubi-sensei narrowed his eyes. That is not difficult either, but I've only done that with one human, and that was to gain my freedom from the little fool. Kyubi-sensei said with more disdain and venom than Naruto thought possible. Was it Madara Uchiha? Naruto asked as Kyubi-sensei nodded slowly. Yes, that accursed Uchiha has plagued me since the days of Hashirama. Kyubi-sensei said, as Naruto's eyes widened a fraction. You didn't use an honorific, his last name, your Hokage, or anything like that. Did you know the Shodai Hokage personally? Naruto asked as Kyubi-sensei smirked. Why yes I did. You don't get to be a man's practical guard fox for nearly 30 years without getting to talk and know more about him, his family, and his students. Are you jealous? Kyubi-sensei said with mirth as he could feel Naruto's jealous, but quickly frowned as it turned to pride and curiosity. Not at all. After all, that just means that I can talk to you about everything I want to know about the creator of the Leaf Village. This'll be so awesome. You're not getting too many naps anymore. I've got so many questions. Naruto cried out in joy as Kyubi-sensei screamed out in horror. Naruto snickered as he cut the mental link and went back to what he had been doing. Having all of his gear packed up and ready, Naruto decided on a quick shower. It wasn't that he cared about going into a possible fight dirty, since he really was a little bit grimy due to his training schedule and less than hygienic habits as of this search trip. He'd normally, while on this trip, just train, exercise, and then read until he fell asleep, leaving no time for such things as bathing. The reason he decided to get a shower now of all times was more practical. Using warm water was a quick and thorough way of loosening muscles before strenuous activity. And if there was a more strenuous activity than the possibility of fighting a Sannin and Kabuto, whose skills he knew next to nothing about, then he hadn't found it yet. Thank Kami for Shizune and her medical books for letting him know all of that. In Konoha, with Hinata. So you want me to teach you about what? Kurenai almost yelled out as a blushing Hinata jumped slightly before poking her fingertips together and looking at her sensei with both nervousness and hope. Please, Kurenai-sensei. I need to know more about it if I want this to work out. Hinata said quietly with a sudden burst of conviction. She would not let anything mess this up. She'd kill them before they ruined this. She didn't stutter. Maybe she really is serious about this, but let's just see how serious she is. Kurenai thought as she looked at Hinata with pride. This was turning out to be better for Hinata than she had at first thought when Hinata first came and told her about it. She smiled at the girl she looked to like a daughter. Fine, but I can't teach any more than I did before. Although, there is one person who can tell you just about anything about it. Kurenai said as Hinata looked at her with sparking pupil-less eyes. Kurenai got a flashlight from out of nowhere and made the entire training field they were in as dark as night with a genjutsu. She clicked the flashlight on and held it beneath her face as she gave the already frightened a creepy look that scared the girl even more. You must go and see, Anko, Kurenai said spookily as Hinata fainted. Kurenai began to laugh wickedly as lightning flashed in the back of her genjutsu. She'd have to thank Naru, no, Hokage-sama, for those pranking tips someday soon. She chuckled to herself as she picked up her student and began walking back into the village to bring her to the Hyuga compound. Konoha was definitely going to be changing with Naruto as Hokage. Later, with Naruto. He was just coming out of the bathroom from his shower, which was longer than he first thought and wanted, when there was a knock at the door. Figures pervy sage would get wasted enough to lose the room key again. Probably too hung over to sneak in here too. Naruto grumbled in thought as he walked over to open the door as another, more frantic knock came. He stumbled a bit as he sneezed and wondered who was thinking about him. Hang on, I'm coming, he said as he opened the door to find Shizune there, breathing heavily. She was dressed and had some ninja tools in her right hand. She was holding her stomach with her left, as if she was hid in it. He guessed she went to her own room to get the tools while he was in the shower, but her room wasn't that far away. Jiraiya-sama? Is Jiraiya-sama in yet? Shizune said in a rushed manner. Naruto could clearly see she was distraught as she tried to look over him and into the room she was in just this morning. From her limited viewpoint, she couldn't see anyone else there, so she turned her attention back to the boy in front of her, finally noticing his state of dress, or lack thereof. Blushing heavily, she turned around and apologized. Sorry, Naruto-kun. I didn't mean to come at a bad time. I just really need to see Jiraiya-sama, Shizune said with a red face and stutter. It's about Tsunade, isn't it? She went to meet Orochimaru. Naruto said, not caring to put up pretenses anymore. Shizune spun on her heel, not caring about his unclothed state anymore, as she gripped his shoulders tightly. You knew? But how? Shizune asked frantically as Naruto gave her a blank stare while he gently removed her hands from his shoulders. Naruto checked the hall before pulling her inside and shutting the door, causing her to squeak a little in surprise as her face went red again. Is the world filled with a lot of Hinata-chans? Wait, Hinata-chan, when did that? Oh yeah, she loves me, marrying her. And she stalked me. I almost forgot about that. We're having a serious talk about that when I get back to the village. Naruto thought as Shizune sat on his hotel bed. When we got here, I wandered over to where the castle was and found Orochimaru's chakra in the air. It wasn't hard to find it in him, so I discovered your little meeting with him. I didn't know for sure, but I and Pervy Sage had a good idea of what was going on. Pervy Sage wasn't going to go to stop her, but I'm betting she tried something to keep him away last night. I haven't seen him since yesterday. Naruto said as he put his hand on the seam of his towel before looking at the medic and arching an eyebrow. Taking the hint, the blushing woman quickly turned around as she heard the towel drop to the floor behind her. So if you knew, then why didn't you bring it up earlier? Shizune asked, trying to hide her nervousness from her voice. Because, first we had to get Tsunade to trust us enough to come back to Konoha. A fight over that meeting would be bad for relations. Second, if there is a fight today, then 2 Sannin against 1 gives us good odds of taking Orochimaru out for good. Though, that'll be a little tougher if Granny gave Pervy Sage any trouble last night. For all we know, he could be tied up in a cellar somewhere in town, being fondled by some really fat G. I'm finished, Naruto said as Shizune turned around to see him in his true form for the first time. It reminded her of some of the samurai she'd seen during the last war as she looked at the long white haori and the sword on his right hip. Then there was the look in his eyes, a look that told her that he had already seen battle, pain, and the death of good people. A look that seemed so out of place on his innocent face, yet at the same time, she couldn't think of a face it would fit better with his determination. It was then her factual mind started processing again, and the blush returned to her face as she realized she'd been staring at him. Why you actually plan to help in a B battle between Sannin? Shizune asked in shock as Naruto simply nodded as he wrapped his scarf around his neck. Well, I don't plan on sitting on my ass and doing nothing. Jiraiya-sensei may be a pervert, but he's the only teacher I've got that actually taught me anything more than one thing besides Iruka-sensei. Tsunade is kind of a bitch, but she's the only one that might be able to save Kakashi and Sasuke. Of course, that doesn't mean I'm going to rush in and attack right off the bat either. That's what the old me would have done if it weren't for Sensei's teachings. 1. Now enough talking. If you're here, that means Tsunade is already meeting with that damn snake charmer. Naruto said as he about to jump out the window, but had to duck his head back inside as 2 shuriken lodged into the wooden window frame near him. Unsheathing Senbonzakura in order to guard against any more attacks, he eased his head out the window again. He sheathed the blade back as it was unneeded when he realized the attacker was the Pervy Sage himself. What the hell, Pervy Sage? You could have killed me, Naruto said as Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his apprentice. Shut up, brat. Tsunade, she used some kind of drug on me. It took me most of the morning just to get over here. It didn't do much to me since I lined the inside of my stomach with toad oil before even drinking with her. So it's clearing up, but it'll be an hour before I'm ready to fight or win a dance battle, Jiraiya said as he already removed the oil from his stomach and vomited it up. Whatever Tsunade thought she slipped him secretly was powerful, but not completely stronger than toad oil. It still took out almost all of his muscle strength, but he wasn't one of the legendary Sannin for nothing. All right, but listen, Tsunade is already on her way to meet Orochimaru. Shizune, help him get back on his feet. I'm going on ahead to see what I can do, Naruto said as he jumped to the roof of the building with Jiraiya nodding and Shizune looking as worried as ever. Wait, what? I'm the Jonin here, so you should stay and heal him, and I'll go. Besides, I know Tsunade-sama the best, so she and I will have better teamwork to hold them off, Shizune said, trying to reason, but Naruto shook his head, not even bothering to tell her he was actually Hokage and Jonin level in battle since Jiraiya told him so. This would be his test. Yeah, his true combat test. A Sannin showdown would be just perfect. True, but you're also the better and more experienced medic of the two of us here. You can help him recover a lot faster than I can. Plus, I'm more of a battle person than you, so Tsunade and I can watch each other's back just fine. Naruto said as he sensed out Orochimaru's chakra and found the figurative smoke cloud of it near the very first spot he had sensed it before. Shizun wanted to argue the points further, but Jiraiya cut in. The kid's right, Shizun. You'll just have to be quick about getting me up and running again. Naruto, be careful. It's Orochimaru you're dealing with, so no slip-ups. Use whatever you can to slow him down, but don't use any of those jutsu. Jiraiya said sternly as Naruto nodded with a serious face. Naruto could probably use his newest technique that he created. His father, Minato, would be so proud if he could see that move in action. Also, it wouldn't matter if Orochimaru saw that move, because from what Naruto said, only people he taught it to could use it properly. Her precious people, Shizun said quietly with only Jiraiya having heard her as Naruto had sensed a spike in Tsunade's chakra and the appearance of Kabuto's own chakra. Damn! Naruto jumped off the roof and blurred toward where the castle once stood. Naruto! Damn it! Shizun, listen to me. There is no way to bring people back to life. What Orochimaru was talking about is an abomination of a forbidden jutsu. A kenjutsu. I need you to heal me as fast as possible. If that kid gets involved, things could take a turn real quick if he's going to battle. Jiraiya said as Shizun nodded confidently while thinking of everything she had learned from last week of nights alone with her shadow clones. True, she could only make 5 at the most, but they were a huge help in her studies and her abilities. Even if she would have a headache that needed her own medical attention. She had come so far. Now I just have to put that to the test. Shizun said quietly as her palms glowed green over Jiraiya's stomach and chest. With Sasuke in his mind, he felt the pain as it came back and left. It'd be back in 5 minutes, but that wasn't what his mind was focused on. It was focused on his life and the people in it. Kakashi, his teacher, his mentor, but the man's constant indifference to everything annoyed him to no end. Sure, the guy would protect his team and village with his own life, but what was that if your student couldn't come to you with their problems? He had, at one time, tried to talk with Kakashi about Itachi, but the man had been dodging Naruto's asking for help, and then suddenly pushed Chidori training on him. It wasn't that he was complaining, but when he brought it up to the man, he simply ignored it. Although he did start keeping a closer eye on him. It bugged him that the man didn't want to talk about it, but had the nerve to watch him like a hawk because of it. Yes, he saw Kakashi outside his house the other day, being sure Sasuke was at home and not out raving over revenge against Itachi. Like he'd just become that consumed in his vengeance. This wasn't some stupid manga where he'd just up and drop his good life for power. Orochimaru. Nope, not thinking that now. Leave that for later. Next was Sakura, his female teammate and annoyance. Although the girl had stopped being a true annoyance after the wave mission. It was just she seemed to want to make him happy at the expense of others, and that wasn't what he wanted or needed. He needed someone that would argue with him over ideas. He wanted someone he could just sit around with, without them shitting themselves because he was the last Uchiha. Sakura had been getting there, but now she was falling back. And speaking of the person he needed and wanted, Naruto, his male teammate, his rival, and his best friend that he loved like a brother, though the last of which he wouldn't admit out loud or want after he had read what was on the Uchiha tablet. The damn thing said he had to kill Naruto, his best friend, and he wouldn't do that. No matter what. Naruto was the only person who truly understood him. Naruto knew when to argue, when he needed a good sparring match, and Naruto wasn't some fawning girl. That last one was such a plus. Naruto was his brother, but lately Naruto had grown distant from both him and Sakura. The time Naruto was in the village, he hadn't seen him. It was like he was hiding something, and that pissed Sasuke off. Naruto knew he could tell him anything. They were practically brothers in all but blood. If Naruto was an Uchiha, that'd be the best. Or if he had been an Uzumaki. Sasuke Uzumaki, Naruto Uchiha. He didn't know which one sounded cooler. Wait, getting off track. Anyways, Naruto was hiding something, and he didn't like it. He had followed Naruto around. It seemed Naruto had made friends with his natural enemy, the Hyuga, but he wouldn't hold it against Naruto. He had even gone by Naruto's apartment in his search for Itachi. Everything was gone. Although when he was over there before with Naruto, there wasn't much anyways. He just wished that Naruto would tell him about whatever he was trying to hide. Hell, he had told Naruto about Itachi, and Naruto told him about the fox. Although they both thought they were going to die at the hands of Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, which would have been pretty ironic, but nonetheless they shared those kinds of deep, dark secrets with each other. He'd be sure he questioned Naruto straight out when he woke up, and not a damn thing was going to stop him. With Tsunade. Tsunade slowly walked toward Orochimaru, her hands glowing green from her healing jutsu. The only thoughts going through her head were about her brother and her lover who would soon be reunited with her. As she came within inches of her ex-teammate, they were both forced to jump apart when 3 kunai shot between them. All 3 people, as Kabuto had jumped out to protect his Orochimaru-sama, turned toward the source, only for Tsunade to narrow her eyes at who would dare interrupt them. You, Tsunade sneered, furious at who had showed up to ruin her one opportunity at happiness. Good day to you too, Tsunade-heim. I hope you didn't get too much of a hangover from your drinking with Sensei last night, for it seemed he couldn't walk right at all, Naruto said, in sealed/runt form, with a grin as he bowed and stood on the wall off to one side and behind Tsunade. Orochimaru smiled snake-like at seeing the youth who had defeated Neji during the Chunin exams. He only wished it had been Sasuke, the one who had bested Gaara during the invasion from what he heard around the Leaf Village from his spy there. Ah, Naruto-kun, I haven't seen you since the exams. Tell me, how's my old sensei doing? Orochimaru asked with a wide smirk as Naruto's eyes flashed crimson for a moment. He's just fine with Shinigami-sama, all thanks to you. Maybe next time you'll do us all a favor and fall on that damned cursed sword. Or better yet, shove it up your ass. Naruto said with a calm fury as he knew Orochimaru was trying to goad him. And after all of the entertainment I gave you, this is how you thank me? Oh well, Kabuto-kun, kill him. Orochimaru said, and without so much as a moment's hesitation Kabuto threw a couple sunbon at the blonde, impaling his neck and heart with pinpoint accuracy. Now that animal control is taken care of, we can get back to Dash. Telling her exactly how you intend to bring back her loved ones. Naruto's voice spilled over the scene again, this time from behind Orochimaru as he was discovered to be walking towards them on the side of the wall opposite the one he'd been standing on before. Looking back at the body Kabuto had attacked, they were just in time to witness the last of the smoke dissipate. Kabuto, I thought I told you to kill him. Orochimaru said with a hint of anger in his voice as he didn't even turn to look at Naruto. So the brat used a shadow clone. How surprising. My apologies, Orochimaru-sama. I will remedy that mistake immediately. Kabuto said as once again Naruto was hit with the same lethal accuracy, and once again he dispelled from existence. These clones aren't free, you know. Naruto said as he was leaning against the hole in the wall that Tsunade had created when she first met Orochimaru in town. He then got a foxy grin on his face as he shrugged nonchalantly to Orochimaru. Fine, if you won't tell her, I will. You see, Granny Dash, Orochimaru was seething while Kabuto attacked in response. Again the clone popped, and again another showed up elsewhere. He plans to use a jutsu called Dash. Summoning Jutsu, reanimation, created by the Night-Aim Hokage, your very granduncle. It's true that it brings back the dead, but Dash. It brings them back as nothing more than puppet, most of the time as little more emotionless zombies. I know Dash. There's more to the trick, but I know Dash. It won't bring them back completely. As it is, they would be completely Dash. Under his control. Oh yeah, and let's not forget the only cost are human sacrifices. Naruto finished as Kabuto struck that clone as well. Orochimaru wanted to roar out in pure anger that his trickery was explained by some snot-nosed genin. His anger rose each and every time Kabuto would kill a clone only to have another continue where the last left off. I knew I should have killed you when I had the chance, you brat. Orochimaru sneered as this time Naruto appeared behind Tsunade, more or less using her to shield himself from attack. Naruto completely ignored Orochimaru as he smirked from the practice he got in with his newest prank and technique. So, Granny, is that what you want? A couple of undead puppets in exchange for releasing their puppeteer on the world again? which most likely he'd use them to kill you and Shizune as soon as you healed him. Naruto said as Tsunade looked deep in thought. She didn't want to believe the brat, but she couldn't ignore his knowledge of the technique Orochimaru planned to use. She knew all about her ex-teammate's sick experiments, yet it all left her with a question. How do you know so much about this jutsu? She asked Naruto as it was her last hope to discover if Orochimaru truly was lying, even though Orochimaru's actions against the kid pretty much proved his guilt. Because it was the same one he used against the old man when he brought the Shodai and Nidaime Hokages back using it. He tried to bring back the Yondaime too, but that one didn't succeed, right, Oroki-chan? Naruto said cheekily as he gave the snake Sannin a fox-like grin over Tsunade's shoulders. Is that true, Orochimaru? Tsunade said while lowering her head, her voice coming out in a growl. Not only had the snake offered to give her loved ones back to her with such a despicable kenjutsu, but he'd also already brought back both of the previous Kage, her blood relatives, to fight against the village they founded. Oh, he was dying today? Coo. You really are the annoying prankster, aren't you, Naruto-kun? You just can't leave things that don't concern you alone. Well, since it seems I won't be getting healed the nice way, I'll just have to make sure you can't heal anyone else either, Tsunade. There are other ways for me to get the use of my arms back, Orochimaru said with an amused smile on his pale face. Yet despite his threat, he and Kabuto were forced to jump to a wall, then tree in order to get away from Tsunade's Herculean attacks. Get back here, you bastards, she called out to them as she crashed through the wall they had jumped behind. You know, leaping over that would have taken less chakra dash, Naruto said, but then shut his mouth tight as the enraged slug Sannin gave him a hard glare. I won't thank you for this, brat, so shut up. Just be glad I'll be coming back and healing whoever when this is over with. Hell, I might even take up the Hokage seat just to put you in your place, legally. Tsunade said as she thought they came to make her Hokage as well without telling her. That was always the way to do things, sneakily. Naruto almost laughed out loud, but he didn't. Although, he couldn't help but smile at himself as he followed the woman after the two traitors of Konoha. Progress is progress, I suppose. I just hope Pervy Sage, Boss, and Shizune can find us. He thought as he watched Tsunade continuously cratered the ground with her attacks. Okay, well that shouldn't be a problem then. Guess I'll just hope they get here before she runs out of chakra. Hitting nothing is definitely not working wonders for her chakra, I'm sure. Naruto thought as he sighed at her actions. He dispelled himself after following behind, though far behind enough to know where they would be heading. With the real Naruto, in his true form. Well, I guess I better go after them then. It was a good idea to send a clone and have it practice that technique for me instead of myself. Well, let the true battle begin. Right, Pervy Sage? Naruto said as he got up from his spot on a nearby roof and changed form just as Jiraiya and Shizune dropped down behind him. As sneaky as he was with those jutsu, Naruto? Jiraiya said as he smirked from figuring out his student's plan. Yes, but I've created a technique that bests his jutsu by a long shot, Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto said with his own smirk as he disappeared in a single blur. Jiraiya and Shizune's eyes widened as they realized they couldn't follow his speed or know where he was. What was that, Jiraiya-sama? Shizune asked in the hopes the man had some idea of the technique Naruto had used. That was a technique he created to surpass the Yondaime's flying thunder god jutsu, and he did it all right. Not a seal to be had in that technique, Jiraiya said as he knew Naruto wasn't relying on anything but speed and some form of energy, yet it wasn't chakra. Let's go, Shizune, Jiraiya said as he and Shizune blurred towards Tsunade and Orochimaru's chakra sources. Chapter 8. A true test of combat. The Sannin showdown begins. With Naruto back into runt form, he watched as Tsunade continuously cratered the ground with her attacks in an effort to hit Orochimaru or Kabuto. She's really wasting chakra if she thinks she could hit them. She's so slow, even when she's falling. Another great line to use. Naruto, though, as Orochimaru jumped on top a boulder and Kabuto dodged away still on the ground. Huff. Huff. Stop running, you bastards. I'm gonna turn you into stains on the ground. Now take your deaths like men. Tsunade yelled out in rage as she shook her fist at them. Yeah, that'll keep him in one spot, Granny. Naruto thought as he rolled his eyes from his spot on a large boulder not too far behind her. Why, Tsunade, you seem tired. Is old age finally starting to creep up on you? The snake Sannin said snidely, but then was forced to dodge again as a chakra-powered fist was brought down where he once stood atop the now demolished boulder. If one of those even scrapes me, it'll be painful as hell, if not fatal. The white snake thought before Tsunade was after him again. Naruto watched as Tsunade and Kabuto fought for a bit. They seemed to be well versed in medical jutsu as they fought one around, seemingly tapping each other while cutting muscles and ligaments. Oh wait, Tsunade just said something about lightning chakra and disturbing the central nervous system or something about the brain. He was more of an action guy than rather listening intently to dialogue. Anyways, she was pouncing on Kabuto like a tiger in the forest of death. This time, it was Kabuto who reacted as he took out a kunai and sliced his own hand right in front of Tsunade's face. As soon as the crimson liquid entered the woman's sight, she collapsed in a heap. What the hell? This is just like last night. Crap. She's afraid of blood. Didn't expect that from some hotshot, cranky-ass, legendary medic like Granny's supposed to be. Naruto thought as he hadn't seen any actual attack, so that was the logical conclusion. Damn, he sounded like Shino just then. He continued to watch as Kabuto simply punted the slug princess away from the pair. It ticked him off, but he knew that a spar with Jiraiya was far different than a battle against Kabuto. He knew he couldn't just leap into battle, especially with Orochimaru watching him and Tsunade like a snake watching its next meal. Tisk, TSK, Tsunade. Still afraid of a little blood? What kind of medic are you? Now I don't even have to lift a finger. Not that I could. Kabuto, take care of her, please. Orochimaru said as he decided to take a front row seat in order to watch the show as Kabuto proceeded to hit and kick Tsunade around the plains. He watched Naruto out the corner of his eye and was sure the young lad would have joined Tsunade in battle with his impulsiveness, but it seems that the brat had learned something in the few weeks since the invasion. Orochimaru's ninja senses went off as he jumped high into the air. Not even a second later, an explosion occurred where he had been sitting. He looked around wildly, and so did Kabuto, but all they saw was Naruto, and he hadn't moved. Just then, Kabuto was forced to move away from Tsunade as a rain of kunai had come down on him. He searched the area another enemy, but the only one was Naruto, and he hadn't moved from that spot, not even an inch. Orochimaru watched Naruto closely, and for a second, just a spilt second, he could have sworn he saw Naruto flicker as if not there. Orochimaru threw a kunai at the boy from his mouth, and Naruto dodged to the side with a look of disgust on his face. Hey, I don't know where that's been. It just came from your mouth. If I touched that, I would have to medicine for years to make me clean again, Naruto said with a disgusted look at Orochimaru. Orochimaru eyed him suspiciously as he leaned over to Kabuto. Kabuto, deal with them, and then I'll kill Naruto-kun myself. Ku, just you wait. Orochimaru said with an evil gleam in his snake-like eyes as Naruto narrowed his own. Both over them knew Naruto could hear everything that was said, even if it was in whispers. Kabuto smirked as he headed for Naruto after kicking Tsunade away. Naruto went through a few hand signs and tossed 3 shuriken at Kabuto, who started at high speed upon seeing the blonde go through hand seals. Ninja Art, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kabuto dodged and weaved through the hail of steel as he made his way towards Naruto. He quickly made a chakra scalpel as he neared the blonde, but was denied his target when said blonde threw a new wave of shuriken came at him. As if that weren't bad enough, he had to deal with the extra effect of fighting against someone who could use such techniques. Since when did Naruto get access to the Leaf's more formidable jutsu? Kabuto thought as he jumped above Naruto and came down with a swift knife-like motion that was to take the blonde's head off. Kabuto's eyes widened when the blonde he had just killed flickered from vision and disappeared altogether. He looked around and found the brat with Tsunade slung over his shoulder, not even bothering to watch Kabuto. He and Orochimaru were baffled. Neither had seen the boy move, and yet both knew all Jinchuriki had far too much chakra to perform the standard clone jutsu at all right. So how had Naruto got over there? Orochimaru and Kabuto analyzed Naruto as Kabuto appeared on side his master while Naruto was healing Tsunade's minor wounds. It seems that much has changed about young Naruto-kun since our little festival in the Leaf Village. It wasn't a clone, but an afterimage you cut through Kabuto. Orochimaru said with a snake-like smile on his lips as Kabuto was still confused. Orochimaru-sama, I don't understand. Only a few people are fast enough to leave afterimages. Surely Naruto hasn't grown that much in that short a time. Kabuto said as Orochimaru merely chuckled and waved him off. I'm sure of it, Kabuto-kun. It was in grade A afterimage. He didn't use pure speed like you're thinking, but instead combined his speed with chakra, I believe. Though the part one don't understand is that. Orochimaru explained as he pointed to a mark on the boulder Naruto had been on. It was a gentle footprint. Kabuto looked at it, and then looked toward Naruto and Tsunade, being sure to trail his eyes on the ground connecting the 2 points. Kabuto's eyes widened as realization struck him, with Orochimaru nodding upon seeing the expression. You see it too then. Not a single footprint until he was by Tsunade. That means that he either flew faster than the blink of the eye, or he moved so fast from one spot to the next that it only required one step, like a flash of light, or flashing step. Orochimaru said as Kabuto began to sweat a bit. He and his lord both knew that his speed, grace and accuracy were his greatest weapons. It was why he compared himself to Kakashi Hatake, because he'd be able to fight the man on equal ground in those areas. Sure, he had only 7 real combat jutsu, and his taijutsu was lacking, but he was a medic and could heal quickly, so that allowed him to keep ground with others like Kakashi. So when he fully understood that Naruto was faster than him, it made him fear a bit. He knew that if he was outstripped in speed, then a battle would be useless. Without the greater speed, none of his jutsu, which were all short-ranged at the moment, could hit, because Naruto would dodge and counter. Now Kabuto, don't fear. Just look at Naruto-kun's face. He's sweating and panting a bit. That says that he's either not used to the technique, which means that it was created and used recently, which is likely, or that it expands too much chakra to be used, which is basically impossible since he is the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Orochimaru said with interest in his voice as he watched Naruto use healing jutsu on Tsunade. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow as he sat beside Tsunade, not taking his eyes off of his 2 enemies. He knew using that technique was more than he could handle at the moment, especially having used it 2 times before to attack Orochimaru and Kabuto with those exploding tags and kunai at speeds that were faster than the blink of the eye. Using it fast enough for them not to see was more than his body could truly handle, since he wasn't used to the technique at all yet. Now he knew why people waited until mastery of a move to use it at its full potential in battle. Damn, I've nearly reached my limit with that move, Naruto said to himself as he stood up and narrowed his eyes at the 2 sound ninja. He wanted to be able to take the both of them down on his own. And maybe he could, with his sheer power and abilities, but sadly the world, and reality, favored the skilled and experienced. He knew that had this been at least a month later on the track he was on, he could fight both of them toe-to-toe. In his current state, he'd be able to hold them off, at least until Orochimaru sealed off his chakra and Kabuto killed him with those chakra scalpels. Oh well. I love a challenge, Naruto exclaimed while getting up as Orochimaru smirked at him. Orochimaru's smirk turned from such to a grin to a full-blown wide snake grin until he finally burst into laughter, and Kabuto was but on edge the way the 2 of them were laughing, because Naruto had done the same a few seconds after Orochimaru. They were both insane. Kabuto fixed his glasses so they wouldn't see his utter fear of them. He then calmed himself and fixed a smirk on his face as he approached Naruto and Tsunade with his left hand already covered in chakra, making his chakra scalpel. Naruto stopped his maniacal laughter as he narrowed his eyes while standing up fully to meet Kabuto. You really shouldn't interfere, Naruto. You aren't even close to being on my level. Kabuto taunted as he rushed to attack Naruto. He knew if Naruto used that speed to slice his head off, then it'd be all over. Naruto flipped over a low swipe and got a kunai from the hidden seal under his wrist. It was a good thing he had thought of it beforehand. He dodged the blows from Kabuto as best he could while still recovering, but he was still caught on the wrist by one of Kabuto's slashes. Naruto found that he had lost all feeling in his hand, and he dropped his kunai. His momentary distracted state was all the opening Kabuto needed to kick him in the chest. Stay down, Naruto. You are impressive, I'll give you that. but you're not that special. If you fight against those stronger than you, you'll eventually die. Kabuto said as he turned towards Tsunade, his chakra scalpel at the ready for the lady, who was still paralyzed in fear of the blood on his hand. Naruto sprang up to his feet and was able to get between Kabuto and Tsunade as he blocked Kabuto's slash on his injured arm and felt the sharp pain head go through his limb. Do you like my attack, Naruto? It's called the chakra scalpel and can slice apart your insides without causing the tiniest scratch on your skin. You can't win, so stand aside, and I may allow you to watch what I do to Tsunade. She will heal my master. Kabuto said with a dark and twisted smile as he attempted to strike Tsunade. He was shocked when he felt himself being restricted from behind. He felt that his arms were bound by some form of energy. It wasn't chakra, and yet he could tell it was close. What is this? Kabuto questioned as he turned to look behind him. Naruto had 2 fingers outstretched toward him as he lay on the ground, breathing heavily. It was that damn smirk on his face that infuriated Kabuto so much. Bakudo number 1, Sai? It is the first of many I will create, and US should feel honored to be its very first sea captive. Naruto said through ragged breath as he stood up shakily. Kyuubi was already healing the damage, and if Kabuto somehow broke free of it, then Naruto would be long since healed by that time. Kabuto focused his chakra as he stood up, even that been somehow a difficult challenge. Naruto walked toward him holding up his hand as if there were a small ball in it. Now's as good a time as any, Naruto thought as he held up his arm that hadn't been disabled. Naruto began to form the Rasengan in his hand as Kabuto's eyes widened at seeing such a powerful flow of pure chakra. He saw Kabuto struggling against his Bakudo and knew he had only a few more seconds before the traitor was free. I can't lose here. I won't let this traitor hurt her. I won't. She might be crabby, but she's nice deep down. If she could raise a person to be as sweet as Shizun-chan, then she's bound to be good herself. I'm the Hokage, and I'll protect her with my life. Naruto thought as his resolve hardened, and he fully formed the Rasengan. What he didn't notice was it was somewhat bigger than a normal one. Never threaten anyone while I'm around. Rasengan, Naruto yelled as he thrust his attack into Kabuto's chest. Naruto fell to his knees as he watched Kabuto's body be blown back from the deadly attack. He turned to look at Tsunade and began to slowly walk over to her. He began to try and wake her up out of her stupor. He kept shouting things at her. Her life, Shizun, hell, he even mentioned Jiraiya. However, Naruto didn't see the blow coming behind him, and he was thrown away from it by a hand. It was then a plume of smoke erupted in between Tsunade and Kabuto, forcing the latter to jump back to Orochimaru's side with a frown on his face. Naruto looked at him with narrowed eyes as he watched the area he struck Kabuto and heel right in front of him. Is it some form of bloodline, or some kind of medical ninjutsu? Naruto thought as Jiraiya and Shizun were now standing beside him and in front of Tsunade. Nice attack, Naruto-chan. If I had used up more chakra earlier, then I wouldn't have been able to heal the damage you did. Even as it is, your attack did cause me some major damage, but I don't think that you are in any position to take advantage. Kabuto said as Naruto fell to his knee, panting at the more draining effect on his chakra. Though, he quickly got over it, much to Kabuto's shock and annoyance. What a great party you've got here, Orochimaru. You don't mind if we crash it, do you? Jiraiya asked with a smirk on his face as Orochimaru chuckled. Not at all, Jiraiya. Just be sure to drop dead by the end of it, Orochimaru said as Kabuto stood at the ready. Only if you do first, Jiraiya said in a serious tone as his smirk fell from his now serious face while he dropped into a stance. Let's take our party out of the way. Let the kids here have some fun, Jiraiya said as he looked at Naruto and the others from the corner of his eyes. He saw that Naruto, still slightly panting, and had probably already used that new speed technique more than he should have. Fine by me, Kabuto, be sure to end their lives, Orochimaru said as Kabuto took a deep breath and went through hand signs. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he noticed which ones, and he bit his thumb as he flashed through the same. Kabuto pricked Orochimaru's thumb with a kunai, and both cried out the same thing. Summoning Jutsu. In 2 bursts of smoke, 2 snake heads and a toad tongue cut through the smoke. The toad's tongue wrapped around the snake's body as the snake flipped its boneless body over and slammed its tail into the toad's head, causing it to be sent back to its world. Jiraiya cursed as he was forced to dodge the snake lunge. The snake caused a large amount of earth to be thrown into the air along with creating a dust cloud as Naruto and Shizune, who was carrying Tsunade, jumped from rock to rock. A snake head shot out of the dust cloud and went straight for the three ninja. "Damn it, move," Naruto said as he shoved Shizune and Tsunade out of the way as the snake opened its mouth, with him having no way to dodge or avoid being eaten. "Why is it always snakes?" Naruto yelled out as the snake closed its large jaws with him in them. In Konoha, with Ino. Ino was having a talk with her dad, and the man had found that it was good to be drinking coffee and read the Konoha Times newspaper when Ino wanted to talk about her newest crush. What did you say, my little Ino-chan?" Inoichi said as he turned creakily toward his daughter. "I said that I like Naruto now, Dad. Seriously, I can't believe I didn't see it earlier. Naruto's nice, if not a complete goofball and immature, but still nice and kind. He's good-looking, loyal, not a pervert, and plus, he's from 2 clans. 2, Dad. That means he's bound to be rich and probably famous someday. He might actually become Hokage someday like he always said. Just think, me married to the Hokage." Ino said, girly as she lost herself in her fantasy world while her father was sipping his coffee, whispering things like, "You have no idea, and if only you really knew." Inoichi sighed as he patted the spot next to him for Ino to sit down. She did so as he gained a serious face. If she really wanted to be with Hokage-sama, then he'd better be sure not to offend his Hokage by having her get into a relationship with him to be a mere fangirl or rich his wife about it. "Ino, why don't you like that Uchiha boy, Sasuke, anymore?" Inoichi asked with a critical eye as Ino lowered her head. "To be honest, I really gave up on Sasuke a long time ago. He never really looked at us girls with any interest beyond people. He might consider us kunoichi and fellow ninja, but not girls he likes. The point is Sasuke isn't going to settle down with any of us because we've been chasing him and have nothing to offer. He's only now starting to see Sakura as a friend, and you see how long that took. During the academy, I and Sakura kind of bonded over chasing after Sasuke. It was fun having a rival in that aspect. But now, after talking with Asuma-sensei, I see that guys like Sasuke won't give fangirls the time of day," Ino said with her head still lowered and in a whispered voice as tears rolled down her eyes. Inoichi softened his gaze as he hugged his daughter. "So what makes you think Hokage, Naruto, would want a fangirl?" he asked as she wiped her tears. "But I'm not going to be a fangirl to him. I know Sasuke has some real feelings for Sakura. She's the only girl he actually tolerates. I'm going after Naruto because I realize that good guys like him are 1 in a million. He's funny, kind, gentle, loyal, sweet, and from what I've heard from Hinata, he always keeps his promises. Isn't that the kind of guy you said I should always marry?" Ino said as Inoichi smiled down at his daughter. Yes it is, but you should think about this a lot more than just now. Don't jump into this. Ease into it, and see if the feelings are mutual. If they are, then you and he have my blessings. But if they aren't, then you'll find the right one eventually. I just know it," Inoichi said as he kissed his daughter's forehead and hugged her. "Thanks, Daddy," Ino said. "You're welcome, my little Ino-chan," he said as he patted her back. He just hoped that he wouldn't have to fight Hayashi for the rights of first wife. He knew how much Hayashi's daughter, Hinata, loved the boy. With Tenten, she and her team were practicing in their training field. She looked toward Niji and thought of what Ino had said. Was it true? "Hey Niji, can I ask you something?" Tenten said quietly, as Niji wiped the sweat from his brow. "Yes, Tenten, what is it?" Niji replied. It was then she noticed that he wasn't as cold or as harsh as he used to be. He had actually responded back with curiosity in his voice, and his voice was kinder than it used to be. "Did you ever have a feeling for Emmy?" Tenten asked with a noticeable blush and stutter. Niji raised a brow at it, as did Lee and Guy, but those two stayed out of the conversation, although they were listening. "Yes, at a time I did have a small crush on you, but as we became a team and got to know each other better, it faded into admiration and understanding for your hopes and dreams. I'm sorry if you hold feeling for me, but I have none for you other than pure and platonic friendship," Niji said, without the slightest bit of hesitation or remorse for his words. Even Lee's eyes widened at just how blunt he was at telling her he didn't like her. It seemed some things never changed. Damn it, Ino was right. That arrogant stick up your ass wouldn't have stopped you from asking me out. Oh, Kemi-sama, why didn't I see it before? Tintin exclaimed as all her male teammates' face faulted into the ground, with Niji's eyebrow twitching up a storm. It seemed that Ino Yamanaka had just made his list. The battle with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Earth-style, dark swamp. Jiraiya shouted out as he and Orochimaru appeared on the back of the two-headed snake. Orochimaru laughed a bit with a smirk as he looked out at the swamp his creature was trapped in. What's wrong, Jiraiya? I knew you were always weak, but even you, as one of the Sannin like myself, was always able to do better than this. Even you, a failure as you are, should have been able to sink my snake. What's wrong, Tsunade get to you? Coo, Orochimaru said as Jiraiya smirked back at him. Wasn't trying to sink it, Orochi-chan. I was waiting a bit before we start the real battle atop this beast. Jiraiya said in a mocking tone as Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at his white-haired ex-comrade. He hated to admit it, but a full-strength Jiraiya was far more powerful than he was at the moment. And even at his own full strength, he wouldn't be able to kill Jiraiya, because he knew Jiraiya had more power than he did. It was then both of the Sannin cut their eyes to the mouth of the snake as it exploded and Naruto jumped out of it. As soon as they saw his escape, Jiraiya was forced to dodge the legendary blade, Kusanagi, which Orochimaru was currently wielding with his mouth. It seemed that even without arms, Orochimaru could use his treasured Kusanagi. Oh, how Jiraiya wished Orochimaru had been killed by that damnable blade sometimes. You seem determined to run away, Jiraiya. Where is that will of fire that the old fool I called Sensei continued to speak of? You know, right up until his death at my hands. Orochimaru taunted as he knew Jiraiya would get angry over the jab. Jiraiya's eyes hardened, and in a surprising burst of speed, he grabbed the blade with his chakra-coated hands and threw it away. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he didn't have time to dodge when Jiraiya followed up with a savage punch to Orochimaru's face, sending the white snake rolling along the snake's skin until he was near his sword. Don't you dare speak of Sensei like that, Orochimaru. You know far better than that, Jiraiya said loudly, in a tone that gave the snake's Sannin pause and some level of fear. Orochimaru had rarely seen Jiraiya as serious as he was currently, and had a bad suspicion that the fight with his old teammate would go south rather than as he had expected. He shook himself out of his thoughts when Jiraiya was attacked again. His strikes were more swift and powerful, and if not for Orochimaru's natural snake-like agility and flexibility, Jiraiya would have pounded the snake's Sannin into the ground, or snake as it was. Orochimaru launched his tongue and wrapped it around Jiraiya's leg, hurling the larger man into the air. He attempted to kick him, only for Jiraiya to be prepared for his strike. Needle Jizo, Jiraiya said as his long hair wrapped around him and extended out into spikes. Orochimaru hissed in pain as his leg was skewered by the hair. Jiraiya released his technique and grabbed Orochimaru's leg only to hurl the paler Sannin into the ground away from the snake. Jiraiya landed in front of him with a complete Rasengan in his hand. Orochimaru could just feel the pain already. Rasengan, Jiraiya yelled as he thrust the orb of chakra towards Orochimaru's head. Jiraiya wasn't surprised when Orochimaru's body dissolved into mud. Although, he was when he felt a sharp pain and saw that the Kusanagi had just nicked him through his side. You really shouldn't let your guard down, Orochimaru said, teasing as he mentally called his blade back to him. Jiraiya fell to the ground in a grunt of pain. He could already feel the poison beginning to spread and knew he had to finish this fight quickly before it killed him. That was if Orochimaru didn't do it first. It seems we both have a handicap now, Jiraiya said as he shakily stood to his feet. Maybe, but I was always more talented than you, Baka, Orochimaru said with a smile as he and Jiraiya attacked one another again, but this disappearing into blurs of speed. Naruto sailed through the air as he had finally escaped that damn snake's mouth. Okay, that is never happening again, Naruto exclaimed as he looked around. He saw Shizen being kicked away by Kabuto, only for her to breathe out some weird purple cloud. That was when his eyes widened a bit, finally realizing that it was poison. He watched as Kabuto sunk into the ground almost instantly. He needed to warn Shizune, and fast. "Shizune, watch out. He's underground." Naruto shouted out as Shizune looked up at him, and her eyes widened as she jumped into the air. As soon as Kabuto's hand broke ground, she wasn't fast enough as Kabuto had tapped each of her ankles, effectively cutting her tendons. He pulled himself out of the ground just as Shizune landed and crumbed to the ground, not able to stand on her own feet due to her severed ankle tendons. "Well, it seems that warning was for naught, huh, Naruto?" Kabuto said with a smug smile as he kicked Shizune back over to Tsunade. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he stared at Kabuto. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he was gone in a blur. Kabuto panicked as he saw the boy disappear, but panic soon turned to pain as he found Naruto's fist lodged into his gut. "So, you want to know what's for naught, huh? Well, look into my eyes and you tell me, what's for naught?" Naruto said heatedly as Kabuto's smug smile came back. All he needed to do was play along while he healed from the crushing chakra-enhanced punch Naruto had just delivered, and then he could redirect his chakra back to his chakra scalpels and cut Naruto's windpipe in half. It was the perfect plan, or so he thought. "What could possibly be so interesting about your eyes?" Kabuto said, but fell silent as he stared into the now purple eyes of Naruto Uzumaki. Kabuto's eyes lost all form of life in them as he gazed into the glowing purple eyes that held his attention in them. From Naruto's eyes to Kabuto's flew a purple eagle insignia. It was the symbol of the Great King. Kabuto then instantly felt as if anything Naruto said he would obey without fail. He felt as if the person he was, before he looked into the eyes of his new and only king, was being destroyed and a greater person was being born. A person who would serve his Naruto Dano well. How he loved the person he was becoming, but the old part of him hated it with all its might. That old part of him felt that the only person they should serve was Orochimaru. Needless to say, that part was quickly tuned out as the new Kabuto bowed like a knight awaiting orders from their king, his king, Naruto. "How may I serve, Uzumaki Dano?" Kabuto asked from his bowing position in a low and humble tone. There was no arrogance, no hate or ignorance when and while in the presence of his king. No, there was only servitude and joy in that servitude. Shizune watched in complete shock that the boy, who was about to kill them, was bowing to Naruto. "You may raise my noble servant, for now you will serve me well," Naruto said in a regal tone as Shizune gaped like a fish. "What do you request of me, my king?" Kabuto asked as he got up. "I ask that you spy on Orochimaru for me. When around me, and not Orochimaru, you will be my servant as you are now. When in both our presence, you will act as you once did, as his servant and not mine. While him and not I, you will act as you once did. Is that understood?" Naruto said as commandingly and kindly as he could. Even though Kabuto was his enemy, he didn't need to treat the guy badly. He was pretty nice during the Chunin exams, even if it was all just an act. Kabuto nodded as he bowed once again. "It is understood. As you wish, my lord. So you have commanded. So let it be done, Uzumaki Dano, my king." Kabuto said as Naruto sighed in exasperation. The scroll said nothing about them acting as mindless loyal puppets. "You may act yourself, Kabuto, and call me Naruto." "As you wish, Naruto-sama," Kabuto said as he once again stood and adorned a smile. Naruto, how did you do that?" Shizune voiced as Naruto and Kabuto had just remembered she was there. She shifted nervously as they stared at her with surprise. "Oh yeah, that. Well, it's part of my bloodline, the Dyugan, or in my case, the Kami Dyugan. It allows me to take control of a person and turn them into, basically, a knight in service to me as their king. I can make them do whatever I want so long as they looked into my eyes once while my bloodline was activated. The problems with that part of my Jujutsu are that I must have eye contact, and that I can only take control of 5 people every 3 years. Once I take control of those 5, I have to wait 3 years before I can use that ability again at all. It's called knighting or geas," Naruto explained while Shizune walked over to them, after healing her tendons, as she held her stomach where Kabuto had kicked her. Kabuto at least had the decency to look apologetic at the sight. "You said a part of this. Kami Dyugan? What else is there?" she asked, unsure if she was allowed to question him about his bloodline. She remembered that most clans and bloodline users were very shush about their bloodlines and jutsu around others. "Oh, Well, it has only one other use that I know of. It allows me to see a great distance. Up to 1 full kilometer of clear and accurate vision. So like a hawk's eye view, huh? Other than that, the scroll containing information was pretty vague on anything else, saying things like, a great king must look to the past and future in certain instances, as to better prepare and extend his reign. It sounded like a lot of boring crap to me, but Sensei thought it might have been a hint at another power of my Jujutsu. Naruto finished with a shrug as Shizune tried to make heads or tails of the quote. It sounded as if his Jujutsu would give him the power to see the past and future, but that couldn't be right. No one had the power to know what would happen, right? I believe it is time we got Tsunade-sama to her right self, my master. She has been in that state for far too long. Kabuto said as he looked toward the frozen slug princess. Her gaze held nothing but fear, and Naruto frowned as he didn't like that. It was too much like what the villagers would look like when he used to go shopping. Oh yeah, the villagers. He'd have to find a way to deal with them after he got back to his village. Not the time to think about that. He'd have to deal with one problem at a time. I've got the perfect plan to snap her out of it, Naruto said as a grin appeared on his face. Oh, it would be dicey, but he always did enjoy life on the edge of a kunai. He and Kabuto began fighting once more, but this time with a dangerous plan. With Kakashi in Konoha Hospital. Kakashi sighed for what seemed like the millionth time today. He was waiting for his friends to visit him, but it seemed as if they had other things to do. Now that he thought about it, they all stopped coming around after he said that stuff about Naruto being Hokage. He really hoped they didn't take it the wrong way. It was just a misunderstanding if they thought he was being disloyal or unfaithful. He would follow the Hokage no matter who it was, even Naruto. Wait, that came out wrong. He meant to say that he believed that those who picked the Hokage would always pick the best for the job, and that person was Naruto, it seemed. Truth be told, he loved his students, especially Naruto. The kid was just so full of life. It was astonishing how dare he say it, why youthful. Kami-sama, that was hard to get out. Anyways, Naruto was just so why youthful and always ready to take on a challenge. The boy also had a gift for bringing out the best in people. He did it to Zabuza and Haku, as well as Gaara it seemed, so there was no telling who'd be next. Now back to what he was saying. Kakashi believed in Naruto. He just didn't think the kid was ready to be Hokage, as of now. The Hokage is the leader of the entire Leaf Village. He just thought Naruto should wait a few years before taking the position. Now, what exactly did he say? Oh yes, he said that Naruto didn't have any of the power to back up his title. Well, it was true as far as he knew. Besides shadow clones and Kyuubi, he didn't know of any other abilities Naruto had. But that didn't mean Naruto couldn't be trained. He wanted to tell them that Jiraiya-sama was going to train Naruto further, so he would have the power and skills to back up the title, but he didn't know if Jiraiya-sama wanted people to know of his training Naruto. It was training to combat the Akatsuki at first, but now it would be pushed 10 times harder and faster now that the boy was Hokage. He also said Naruto lacked the intelligence to be Hokage. Well, that one was kind of true. The Naruto he knew was hyperactive, impatient, and clueless to just about everything. The boy had plenty of intelligence in the midst of battle, but as Hokage, a position which required political and mental acuteness, he was fairly sure Naruto would be eaten alive by just the civilian council and their tricky ways. Although he still thought Naruto could be taught, and that if that didn't work, the boy could always prank the crap out of them. The point was Naruto was still a kid, and to place a kid in charge of sharks like the civilian council was asking for him to be eaten alive. But still, he had faith in Naruto. He said Naruto was the weakest of his team. Now that must have come from the meds he had been on at the time, because he was very sure that Sakura was the weakest of his team. Naruto was arguably the strongest. The reason he says arguably is because some would say Sasuke's natural genius would be a fair match against Naruto's hard-working genius. Truth be told, he wasn't sure which of his two students would win in an all-out battle, but he did hope he'd never find out and that it never happened. And on to the last point, Sasuke. He said Sasuke would have been a better choice for Hokage. Yes, but what he meant to say was that Sasuke would have been an easier choice as Hokage, but he was sure the Uchiha boy would never take the position if asked. The reason he thought Sasuke as an easier choice was because of a few simple facts. 1. Sasuke already had the support of the villagers, whereas Naruto would have to fight tooth and nail for their liking. Sasuke was already calm, quiet, and reserved, while Naruto would have to be trained by the Hyuga to get like that. Sasuke had the Sharingan, which meant that if Sasuke was trained by, say, someone like Orochimaru, and please perish the thought, then he'd have been at least S-ranked in 3 years, especially with Orochimaru's love of jutsu. And then there was the battle during the invasion. He wanted the reports from Pakin, his ninja dog, but the little guy was blown away and dispelled before he saw too much. The last thing the lead ninja dog saw was Sasuke lunging at Gaara with a Chidori. He didn't hear any more about it until he was walking down the street days later, to which he heard 2 civilian women talking about the battle. He just assumed they overheard some ninja, who had seen or glimpsed the battle, talking about it. He wanted to question his students about it, but he thought it wouldn't do to have their egos inflated at their sensei asking about the battle against one of the 9 demon lords and its Jinchuriki. He had, however, overheard Sakura thanking Sasuke for saving her when Naruto was pestering him about Chidori training. He didn't get to catch Sasuke's reply to her thanks because he was focused on Naruto, but he was sure it would be a curt grunt, nod, and walking away into the setting sun. As if the boy was just that cool. Yeah, right. Only he was that cool. Oh well, he'd just have to question Naruto as soon as the boy was back in the village with Tsunade and he was healed. Sigh. He had such a thoughtful student. But Naruto always was the nicest of them and the most, as well as least, tolerable. The boy really was just nice. While he, Kakashi Hatake, was sick and couldn't move a part of his body without incredible metal pain shooting through it, what did Naruto do? Go and get the greatest medical ninja ever to heal him, and apparently Sasuke. Yeah, he'd have to talk to Sasuke about that later, but first he'd question Naruto on what really happened during the invasion. He'd be sure that nothing was going to stop him, or he'd shove a Chidori someplace they wouldn't like. With Jiraiya and Orochimaru, they clanged and clashed many a times as their titanic battle went on. They reappeared again after many of clashes, hanging upside down on the snake, which was still stuck in the swamp Jiraiya had created. Jiraiya was feeling worse with each passing second, but he managed to escape death from the poison of Orochimaru's cursed sword, Kusanagi. The things Toad oil straight from the Toad Mountain could do. Normally, it would have evaporated in minutes of being in the normal world, but when it stayed in the human liver, helping to purify the body, it could easily redirect it to a wound, if done by a master such as himself. That gave him the power to use Sage Mode on just that one spot and clear away most of the poison. Now all was left was the tremendous pain that came with small amounts of fatal poison. No death, but a hell of a lot of pain. Just look at you, Jiraiya. They used to call you the town madman, but now you're hopping along in and out the village, and with that brat in tow. You've really fallen off, haven't you? Trust me, I've always had a good eye for talent. And with that one, all I see is insipid mediocrity. Orochimaru said as they rested from their battle, having jumped to the top of the snake's back. Orochimaru watched from the corner of his eye as Naruto was kicked away by Kabuto. His eyes went back to Jiraiya, the most dangerous opponent he'd ever face. No matter what he said, Jiraiya was the most powerful person he had ever seen. Not Itachi, not Pain, and not anyone else could compare to the few times he had seen Jiraiya serious during the Third Great Shinobi War. Those were sights he was both proud and somewhat fearful of. When someone had endangered him or Tsunade, Jiraiya killed them and killed them hard. As he and Jiraiya swapped more dialogue, it seemed to him that this battle wasn't about them, but the future instead. He would boast about Sasuke's natural talent, while Jiraiya would defend Naruto's amazing potential and drive to never give up. And as they talked more and more, it seemed to him that both boys were going to follow in their footsteps, as if they were fathers to them. Sasuke, much like himself, had natural talent, loved by the people, and was hailed as a genius. But Naruto was so much like Jiraiya that it wasn't even laughable. It was almost as if he was Jiraiya's own direct descendant the way the two compared. Both were thought as losers, failures, and dead last of the academy. Yet both were, or had proven people wrong on all those accounts. He had saw Naruto's fight in the Chunin exam, so he knew Naruto was just like Jiraiya, an underdog to win all bets against him. And as all this was going through his mind, he wondered about the two boys. From what he saw during the exams, they were close, like he and Jiraiya had been. They were brothers, just like he and Jiraiya were still. Even though they both would deny it up and down, they both knew they could never hate their truest friend, even now. Jiraiya's spy network was the best and had found him in his hideouts plenty of times, but Jiraiya had never told Konoha a thing about him. He and Jiraiya would bump into each other from time to time, and it was pleasant. A little talking, some outlandish battles, or sparring for them. He'd escape, and Jiraiya would go back on the road. If they truly were out to simply kill one another, then they'd have done it in the last 13 years. Don't you think? Hell, he even let Jiraiya catch on to his plans about the Chunin exams, and he never attacked the Leaf Village unless Jiraiya was there. It was nice, their little game of ninja and such. His fleeting goals for power and immortality, Jiraiya's travels to find the child of prophecy. Sometimes he wanted to go back to Konoha, but then he remembered why he left. To get away from the people who judged him for all his imperfections. He was a Sannin, a legendary ninja, yet he was only human. But those people didn't see it that way. They saw him as a monster for his experiments. They saw a criminal who wasn't socially acceptable. Jiraiya didn't see that. Jiraiya saw his human teammate who was making medical advances and trying to reach his dreams, his goals. Jiraiya saw him for who he was, a person, a human being who only wanted to escape his fears and have a dream to always work toward. Orochimaru wasn't stupid. He had figured out long ago, about 15 years actually, that true immorality wasn't obtainable. Unless grained by a kami or demon, then it'd be true, like Madara Uchiha, the lucky bastard. Anyways, he knew his dream wasn't reachable. He also knew that it wasn't about the dream, but the long and rough road to it. So, he became the monster they saw him as. But to Jiraiya, he was only a brother who needed someone in the whole world to tell him he was human and loved, in a not romantic way, of course. Wait, time to get off the road of memories and emotions and back to his original thoughts. Anyways, it was disturbing to think that those two boys could be ripped apart like him and Jiraiya. He could tell Naruto would grow as powerful as Jiraiya, but what of Sasuke? Sasuke would need someone to show him the ropes of being the snake to the toad Naruto would become. Sasuke would need to complement Naruto's stupidity with his own cool, calm genius, the same as Jiraiya and he. He wondered who could do it besides him. He would hate himself if he put Sasuke, Naruto, and the people around the two through the same crap he and Jiraiya went through. He wanted Anko to do it. Oh, how he loved messing with his former student. She was just too excitable and far too easy to scare. She thought he was some evil demon who came back every few years just to make her life miserable. Oh, if only she knew the truth. Anyway, he knew she could teach him the things he'd really need, except for the being freighting, creepy, and weird as hell parts. No, he'd have to do it himself. But in what way could he do it without the people hating Sasuke like they did, and still do him? Bah, he'd think on that later. Orochimaru, you seem rather distracted, Jiraiya said as he stood straight up from his stance. He could tell no one was watching and he knew of his friend's thoughts. Yes, I was just thinking about things and stuff, Orochimaru said casually with a sigh as he sat on his snake's back. Jiraiya walked over to him. So you really think it's gonna have to come to that, huh? Jiraiya asked as he stood in front of Orochimaru while the snake Sannin. It will be the only way. Anko never got to part 2 of my training, and I never taught another student after, so it's the only way. Unless, Orochimaru said and explained his stroke of genius to Jiraiya as the toad sage grinned. Sounds perfect to me. You snake fag of a genius. Let's do it. Although I may have to be out of the village when you enact it. Can't have people knowing I knew, Jiraiya said as Orochimaru stood up. No, we can't. Although I'm curious, will you be telling young Naruto of this plan, you toad-obsessed idiot? Orochimaru asked as he eyed the boy. Apparently Naruto was holding off Kabuto's attempts to get to Tsunade. I probably will, but if I do, then your plans may change, Jiraiya said with a serious face. For the first time in many years, Orochimaru's face held confusion and interest. You see, Naruto has been quite active since you attacked the village. He's become the Godame Hokage, Jiraiya said as Orochimaru gaped like a fish. What the hell? How could they make that brat the Hokage? He isn't powerful, nor intelligent, Orochimaru said. about to go into a rant when Jiraiya held up his hand, stopping him. There was something about that grin on his face that made Orochimaru uneasy. Actually, what you see now is the Naruto that you knew, but the one he's becoming is on a whole other level. You were always the best sensor ninja of our team. Surely you should be able to sense out Naruto's true level power, Jiraiya said as he gestured toward Naruto, who was doing a Rasengan with his shadow clone. Orochimaru closed his eyes and focused on Naruto's being. He felt there were two layers of power, almost as if Naruto was holding back his true power. He could sense three forms of power. The form Naruto was using now, which was less than 1% than all the power. The second form, which was the most focused and controlled of them all. That form was more than 45% of all the power. And the third form, which was Kyuubi. It was the most out of control and unrefined form, which was 54% of all the power. But Orochimaru could sense that Kyuubi's chakra was being steadily drained into the two other forms. Orochimaru predicted that within the year that Kyuubi's chakra would be Naruto's completely if he continued to get into situations which called for more of Kyuubi's power, like healing Naruto or just plain using the beast's chakra. Jiraiya, indeed little Naruto has gotten powerful, almost as powerful as we, but how? Orochimaru asked as he was sure Jiraiya knew the answer by way the Toad Sage was grinning ear to ear. Ah, yes. Well, the boy is doing a training which would kill anyone else, even we of the Sannin. Jiraiya said nonchalantly with a shrug as if he were talking about the weather, while Orochimaru gaped, but quickly schooled his face with a gleam in his eye. And this training was shadow clones. Jiraiya answered as Orochimaru's jaw dropped. Truth be told, he himself had trained using shadow clones, but each time he did, he was hospitalized for a week from the mental strain alone. Damn those 20 clones for dispelling at once. Interesting, Orochimaru said as his eyes widened upon seeing Naruto slam a Rasengan into Kabuto's stomach for a second time today. He knew from personal experience that Kabuto would be feeling that in the morning, even with his healing jutsu. So want to finish this little spar of ours? Jiraiya said as Orochimaru kept his eyes fixated on Naruto, and then flickered them to Tsunade, who was healing the boy from whatever Kabuto had done to him. No, I think I'll just battle Tsunade instead, Orochimaru said nonchalantly with a smirk as he shot down off his snake's back. Jiraiya's eye twitched for a second after hearing Orochimaru's statement. Oh no you don't. She's my Tsuhime. Don't hurt her, you snake queen, Jiraiya said as he jumped down off the snake himself, after Orochimaru. Orochimaru turned back and shot his tongue at Jiraiya, wrapping it around the older man's leg. What the devil? Jiraiya yelled as he was then slammed into the ground with no mercy. Damn that boy-obsessed snake lover. Better luck next time, Jiraiya Baka. Orochimaru yelled back with a chuckle as he flew toward an injured Naruto and Tsunade, who was healing said injured boy. You cheating bastard. Jiraiya groaned out loudly, which made Orochimaru chuckle more. I'm evil, remember. It's what we do. Orochimaru yelled back with mirth as he made his sword, Kusanagi, come forth from his mouth. Tsunade got in front of Naruto, believing Orochimaru was going for the boy. Orochimaru wanted to laugh out loud, but years of being the cool, calm, and collected one forced him not to. Having glanced down at Naruto's body, he saw that Tsunade had placed her necklace on the boy. It was only because he was still looking at the necklace did he see Naruto's eyes peek open and then close once again. Orochimaru almost choked on his sword because of laughter. So, the boy had either faked his injuries, which was unlikely, or he knew he'd be healed much quicker than the injuries could even become a problem. Maybe this boy was better suited to be Hokage than he, Orochimaru, had first given credit for. Orochimaru quickly thought up some lies Tsunade would believe, but mostly they were half-truths. As soon as he figured out exactly what he was going to say, he pulled his sword from Tsunade's chest and recalled both his sword and tongue, which had still been wrapped around Jiraiya's leg. Tsunade, you are the one person I wouldn't want to kill. Listen to me. If that brat is allowed to live, it'll mean more trouble than you and your friends than you can possibly imagine. Stay out of my way, Orochimaru said as believable as he could, which was in cold indifference. No, you listen to me. If I do nothing else, I will protect this boy, Tsunade said through ragged breaths and the quivering of her own body. Orochimaru couldn't help but smirk at the sight. Tsunade could have been a world-class actress if her family wasn't that of the Hokage, and we all know how appearances are to a ninja family. And how do you plan to do that? Look at you. Your body's shivering like a leaf in the wind. Besides, why would you, one of the Sannin, risk your life for a lowly Genin? Orochimaru said, but deliberately paused at the boy's rank. Tsunade didn't seem to notice the pause, but he saw Naruto's body tense at it. So, Jiraiya wasn't joking. That obnoxious brat really was the Godame Hokage. Interesting indeed. By saving him, I'm saving my home. The village hidden in the leaves, Konoha. Tsunade said as Orochimaru frowned at hearing that. He still hated the village for its sudden persecution of him after everything he had done for it. So what if he experimented on criminals and missing ninja? After he helped them win, not one, but 2 wars, don't you think they could have been a little more grateful? So, you really thinking you're protecting the village? Orochimaru said as coldly as he could. Truth be told, not many people recognized that he referred to Konoha as the village, instead of his former village or Konoha. He still had love for some things in the village, and he still protected it in some ways. Hell, he even tried to kill Itachi under the guise that he wanted the boy's eyes. Yeah, Itachi saw through that and cut off his hand for it. The bastard. Then Itachi told him that if he wanted to do a justice to Konoha, as their village, that he might want to keep it on its toes, so to speak. Hence, why he terrorized the village ever now and then. It was just a little drill to keep it safe from real enemies. Seeing Tsunade move, having been shaken from his thoughts by the sight, he watched her look back at Naruto with much softer eyes than he could remember her having. He had to attribute that to war and the ninja lifestyle. She smiled down at the sleeping boy as she began to speak, still shaking from her fears and memories. You see, this boy, this lowly little Genin, has been chosen to be Hokage someday. I can feel it. Can't you, Orochimaru? He will be Hokage. He has the same will of fire that they all had. My grandfather, granduncle, Sarutobi-sensei, Nawaki, and Dan. They risked their lives for the village. And now I understand that they didn't do it just to be Hokage, but to protect people like him. Those who would have the bravery and courage to stand up against the evils of the shinobi world. This is why I'll stand up for him and protect him to the death, Tsunade said as she began to stand shakily. Shizune and Jiraiya woke up just in time to hear Orochimaru's reply. You're half dead already, Orochimaru exclaimed as he kicked her over Naruto and back onto the ground. He made his sword come from his mouth as he lunged at her. Tsunade-sama. Shizune screamed, but before he stabbed into her, she vanished. Damn, not enough time, Jiraiya thought as he prepared to do a jutsu. But, just as he reached her, with all intent to stab her, she vanished. What the devil? Orochimaru asked loudly as everyone was shocked as well. I believe that you've done quite enough, Orochimaru. From here on out, your opponent shall be I, Naruto Uzumaki. A calm and somewhat cold voice said in monotone from behind Orochimaru. The snake Sannin turned back with wide eyes as he gazed at the new Naruto. Naruto was holding Tsunade as he turned cold cerulean blue eyes toward Orochimaru. This one really is on a whole other level, Orochimaru thought as he took in Naruto's noble, yet samurai-like form. Although, what unsettled Orochimaru the most was not his form, but the lack of killing intent, anger, and hate in Naruto's words. Normally, in battle, a person would be leaking out ki and emotions by the gallons, yet Naruto was not. Almost as if the boy didn't need to intimidate or scare him, but knew that he would simply fight Orochimaru and win. Except there was no air of arrogance either, but merely the knowledge of being fully aware of the limits of his abilities and those of his opponent. Ku. All right then, little Naruto, let us begin dash, Orochimaru was saying, but was cut off when Tsunade had kicked him in the face, hurling his body to be on side of Kabuto. How? Orochimaru said as he got up. Then he realized Tsunade's diamond marking at the center of her forehead was gone, yet replaced some form of seal that spread across her face. Orochimaru flickered his eyes to the others and found that the only one who had any other emotion evident on their face other than surprise was Shizune. No, Tsunade-sama, wait. Let me treat your wounds. Please don't break the seal, Shizune yelled as Tsunade placed her hands in a hand sign. They could all feel Tsunade's enormous chakra bearing down on them as she focused it. In Seal, Release. Ninja Art, Mitotic Regeneration. Orochimaru and the others watched in amazement as all of Tsunade's cuts and the stab wound healed as if never there at all. He almost drooled at the jutsu, but stopped himself as this was a serious moment. Ku. It seems I'm not the only person who's been spending their time creating new jutsu. This one's very impressive, so mind telling me how it's done? Orochimaru said as Tsunade smirked at him. My chakra. For years I've stored it away in a space behind my forehead. When I release the seal on that chakra, it disperses and stimulates the proteins of my body to increase the speed of cell division and reconstruction of cells for as long as I have enough chakra. This allows me to recreate all organs and tissues. It's like having the ability to reincarnate myself. You see, you can slash away at me all you want, but I can't be killed. Tsunade said as Orochimaru kept a poker face, but on the inside he was cursing her and her jutsu because he didn't have it. Kyubi-sensei, in that medical book I read last night, didn't it say that a person can only regenerate a fixed number of cells in their lifetime? Naruto thought to Kyubi as Kyubi-sensei nodded. Yes, and by speeding up this process the woman is shortening her own life by at least the span of a week, since it seems she is able to direct the cells mentally to repair whatever needs to be instead of having every cell doing it at once. It may be a technique you'll need, so I'll do the seal while storing massive amounts of my already purified chakra into it. Though, you may also use this chakra for anything else. Kyubi-sensei said as Naruto thought it over for a bit. Hey, instead of it being on my forehead and a diamond, can it be like a tattoo on my chest or somewhere? Naruto asked mentally as Kyubi-sensei nodded with a grin. You want it to be a black and in the shape of your blossom plant at home? Kyubi-sensei asked teasingly as Naruto nodded. What? It'd be totally badass, Naruto said as Kyubi-sensei chuckled and went to work. Just so you know, I'm sealing off 80% of all your power in mine. That means you'll be limited to only 20% of your full power unless you release this seal. Kyubi-sensei said as Naruto understood. He looked down at his chest as he saw a black flower print bubble up from his very skin. It was then he noticed that he was wearing Tsunade's necklace. He would have watched it more, but then he heard Shizune. Tsunade-sama. Shizune exclaimed as Naruto turned to see Tsunade draw a line of blood down her wrist. That could only mean one thing. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto exclaimed as Orochimaru gave Kabuto his hand while Naruto had blurred to Jiraiya's side. Naruto, do it quickly. Then close up that swamp I made. Jiraiya yelled as Naruto took the blood from his cut hand and rubbed it on the palm of Jiraiya's hand. He then ran through hand signs and pressed both hands to the ground as the swamp behind them closed into barren earth. Summoning Jutsu. The three legendary Sannin exclaimed in unison as they all slammed their left hands to the ground in unity. Just then, all view from the outside was obscured as three large clouds of smoke erupted into the air. The wind blew, and in the place of the smoke clouds were three gigantic animals: the toad, the snake, and the slug. Better known as Gamabunta the Toad Boss, Manda the Snake Lord, and Katsuyu the Slug Queen. The three most powerful summons in the world. Chapter 9. Closure of the Sannin Showdown. Shizune with Tsunade stared down Orochimaru atop Katsu. Kabuto, along with Orochimaru, looked worried as they gazed at the other two summons upon the head of Manda. Naruto, along with Jiraiya, looked a bit saddened that things had to come to such a large-scale battle. Although, as Naruto looked at each of the three Sannin, it seemed to him that they were each having a trip down memory lane, so to speak. Manda and Orochimaru, Katsuyu and Tsunade. The dear old faces reunited once again. The Toad Boss said as he smoked his pipe and looked around seeing the slug to his left and the snake to his right. Did you bring a hank of Jiraiya? I think I'm gonna cry. You old fool. I didn't summon you here, after all this time, just to listen to your stupid jokes. Today, I'm ending Orochimaru here, Jiraiya said as Orochimaru sneered at him. Well, Orochimaru, why have you called me here? You know I don't like being summoned. Manda said coldly as Orochimaru continued to stare at Jiraiya. Maybe I should just eat you and be done with this? No, please don't say such things, Manda-sama. We merely required your help in dealing with some difficult opponents. You'll be well rewarded for your troubles, don't worry, Dash. Kabuto tried to be as polite as possible in the face of the largest snake summoned and lord of all snakes. You dare speak to me, whelp? Who do you think you're talking to? So, Orochimaru, when this is over I demand 100 human sacrifices, Manda said, sounding furious as Kabuto wisely backed off. You will get your sacrifices, Manda. Orochimaru hissed out, not really caring either way so long as he got what he wanted. And right now he wanted both of his old teammates and their apprentices knocked into the dirt so he could escape. Katsu, prepare for battle, Tsunade said as the Slug Queen readied herself for the fight that was to come.